solver. She has no sociology degree, no psychology degree. She's not a social worker. She has no experience doing social counseling, any of this stuff. So I'm just not sure we should address it now before she tries to testify and we have to object 45 times.
So, Your Honor, the state is correct. She's not a sociologist. She's not a social worker. She's a teacher. And she has close to 20 years of experience as a teacher. She also has experience as working with the mitigation education in Florida. I believe it's over 20 cases where she's worked up the mitigation factor of the education side of the case. And she's also been recognized as an expert within this Seventh Circuit for that purpose. So her testimony is regarding mitigation based on school records, classes missed, experience while in school, grades, and things of that nature. In terms of her contacting other teachers, and that would be her testimony, is that she had reached out to a number of teachers and they couldn't recollect Mr. Wilson Jr. And she had many contacts in Oklahoma and Arizona where they could not find any records of Mr. Wilson. So that is part of her testimony. She's not representing that it's just part of her work, and that's part of what we're discussing is just how chaotic his childhood was, that there are no records of him at this time.
What expertise does she bring to the table to assist the jury in making a factual determination on the proposed mitigation factor of his education history? What expertise is there for her to opine about, or is she just going to be an auto reader because she's read the records and now going to regurgitate that for the jury? There's a very different use there, and I'm not hearing right now a level of expertise and an expert opinion that would be relevant.
Right. So her expert opinion is dealing with his education records and explaining that to the jury. So she's actually worked with Title I schools in the past, and that's a couple, not all, but several of the schools that he attended. She's very familiar and aware of the culture in those schools and dealing with students that are in poverty, meaning there are certain classes of students that rely on the school for breakfast or lunch that she has an experience with, and that we also see as part of Mark Wilson's Jr.'s experience in school. So again, not all the schools have that experience for Mr. Wilson Jr., but that's some of what he had lived and some of what he experienced.
What's the expertise that's going to be brought to bear? You could provide direct testimony. You could certainly present direct testimony that he attended a number of Title I schools, and perhaps that those, well, I know because I know what Title I means. It means typically the meals are provided for children, and other social services are provided for children because of their socioeconomic level. But it's the same question I asked yesterday, and I don't mean to be a smart aleck with this. It's the so what of the testimony. What does that matter? What does that affect? That's an issue.
So in terms of his experience and his background for mitigation purposes and presenting to the jury reasons to vote for life, it's educating them in terms of what the Title I school experience is. So it's not just to say he went to school in Putnam, he went to school in Alachua, he went to school in Arizona. It's he went to these schools, and these are some of the experiences he had in the schools by nature of being a Title I.
But you're going to have, my impression, based on the state's objection, I'm not making their case for it, is that that's a fairly limited expert opinion.
Right, she's not getting into, we have other experts that deal with the psychology of trauma at that age. We have experts that deal with the broken home and things of that nature at that age. She is fairly limited in terms of what she's talking about in education and his experience going to school. And then by extension, part of what she's touching on, but she can't really get into it because she's not a witness to that, is the lack of records in that time span, those 4 or 5 missing years, and her efforts reaching out to some 30, 40 different individuals, 30 plus, trying to track down some records and information on him. So, and it supports what we're presenting about
We have a way of getting records in courts. They're called subpoenas.
No.
They're sent to the appropriate records custodian,
And they
and
were,
it says, cough up the documents or come to court and explain to a judge why you're not.
and that's part of her testimony, saying, well, she won't testify to that, but yes, subpoenas have been sent out, but for example, the school in Arizona, the only record they have is a yearbook photo. There's no other document of him being in that school. And that's part of that just chaotic span of time where he's going back and forth between Arizona and Oklahoma. So again, she's not going to address the trauma that he experienced during those years, but she's a little, a pin in this line of.
I know, and I know I'm required by the case law. So when the Supreme Court reads this, or the 5th DCA reads this, regardless, whatever the outcome is, they're going to be saying, why was Judge McGillen giving this people such a hard time? And the issue I have here is, you put on a witness yesterday, just as if, for instance, that sat here for 2.5 hours and regurgitated her review of the records. I barely heard an opinion out of that witness. And I know I'm supposed to grant you a lot of latitude in these cases, but this seems more like we're just ignoring the rules of evidence.
No, Your Honor, and her testimony is anticipated to be about a half hour based on the expected cross-examination. She really is, she's limited in what she can say.
Okay.
Because there's a great lack of records of school records, but the few that we have is what she's testifying to. In addition,
Not
limited.
testifying to, and that's the question I want to ask you. I guess that is the right preposition. She's testifying to, and she's not testifying about. She's not going to say.
I have no objection if she testifies that these are the records, this is what it says. I called this place, was not able to get any records. That's completely acceptable. But for her to get up here and say, I called and spoke to this teacher, this is what she told me, that's clear hearsay. She can't say, I called over and they told me this is a Title I school. She could have researched that. There's ways. Nothing against Ms. Stone, but she's a teacher. She's a teacher who's holding herself out as an expert now. She's testified one time, Judge, and it was for Ms. Peoples. And I can tell you, if I had been in that trial, I would have fought her as any expertise because she brings no special expertise. Her master's is not in educational leadership. It's not in school counseling. It's not any, it's in ESOL, English to speakers of other languages. I don't think Mr. Wilson is Spanish, last I checked.
Right, but again, I understand they're taking issue with her degrees. She has over 20 years of experience as a teacher. And that's what she's bringing towards the jury is this education view as a teacher and the mitigation that's within it. So she's not here holding herself out as a Spanish to English translator or English teacher in that manner, but saying that as a teacher, particularly with all her years in preschool and kindergarten, now she has taught from ages, say 4 to 60, but the majority of her experience teaching has been in elementary schools. So, and that's what she's doing. She's reviewing these records, providing the jury a view, a mitigation, education view of these records and his experience in school. So the teachers, and just to be clear, yes, she does look up some information online, but she also verifies, and that's why she's reaching out to schools to see and verifying this is Title I. So yes, she does do some additional research, but I find it hard pressed as the state taking issue with her reaching out to schools to verify that it's a Title I school. But she will do that.
That's not the issue. The issue is there's something in the records where Ms. Stone had no idea what it was.
If you identify that specifically.
Yes, there's a record where there's an S or an E at the end, and she's trying to say, when I ask her in her depo, she has no idea what it is. But she goes and she calls the school and they say, it could be this, it might be, but we don't know. So she's just going to relay what's speculative from those, hearsay from those people. If Ms. Stone is this world-renowned expert in this, she certainly would have understood what that code was beforehand instead of having to call and find out, which I think is exactly what the rules of evidence say. An expert cannot use as a subterfuge to get hearsay, and it's exactly what Ms. Peoples is trying to do. Ms. Stone is certainly a fact. I'll give her a fact individual who can read records and explain them, but she doesn't know what all this stuff means in special places. If she's got to call to find it out, then she's certainly not an expert.
And I think that drives home the point that she looked at the records and couldn't identify it and called the school and the school couldn't identify it. So to what he's pointing to, that one issue, she did her best diligence to track down and identify what the code was, but even the school couldn't identify the code. So to take issue that she is in all candor saying she doesn't know and the school doesn't know seems a bit of a stretch.
But that's not accurate. What she said is she called the school and the school said that they think that that means that they were probably going to review him to see if he was ESC or needed some special services. So to say that the school didn't know, that's inaccurate.
No, I'm just
You're
quoting
saying
you
that
back.
this is what they told me.
I'm quoting you back,
Okay, well, you were the depot. You know what she said.
so you misrepresented.
Florida statute 90.702, testimony by experts. If scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge, and I think that I would accept that she probably has sufficient experience to talk about certain aspects of educational administration and leadership without hearing her testify about that. So maybe she comes in then, is qualified as an expert, knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, may testify about it in the form of opinion if one, testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, arguably you're there. Two, testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. Tell me what principle or method she's going to be applying. If I'm not mistaken, Florida is a Daubert state and it applies to this hearing, does it not?
Your Honor, she's testifying about the records. There's no specialized scientific testing for.
No, I'm not saying that. Understand, I understand that. I just want to know what the reliable principles and methods are that she's going to be applying.
So she, partly as a literacy coach and primarily as an educator, and that's what she's testifying to as a view of the records from the viewpoint of an educator. Now, she's done mitigation work where she has condensed the education records of other individuals in the past, and she has testified about that in the past. So there isn't any, and you just corrected, you addressed that. She's not coming in as a scientist with some specialized scientific background. She's just saying, as a teacher, here's a review of the records, and here's the mitigation within the records. And the mitigation is his background in education. And that's something that the jurors can look to, rely on, or at least they can, in their own decision, weigh and consider the education records. So it's not just dropping the pages of school records in front of them, it's her explaining the culture and the issues with moving so often within schools, and then the experience of students in Title I schools. So that's what she's providing. So this is,
All right.
I don't know what other way to explain it.
And so going back then to the point that brought us here, the PowerPoint presentation, how is that?
It's just giving them a demonstrative aid that here he is in preschool, here he is in second grade, here are the grades that he received in second grade. Here he is in, for example, third grade, here are the grades that he received. I believe that's the time that she had also reached out to some of the teachers and addressed the culture in the school and verified. So, but
State any other objections?
Certainly, if they wanted to know the culture of the school, it's right over in Alachua. It certainly could have subpoenaed a representative of the school who knows that. So I think it's just a way of trying to usurp, like we've seen consistently, it's just trying to usurp actually following the rules of evidence. So we just object.
So these are some 20 years ago. Most of the teachers that taught Marcos and Junior are retired or no longer in those schools. So the ones that she was able to talk to and verify and get information about the schools, again, Alachua is about an hour and some change away, or where some of these schools are. It's not a matter of us subpoenaing people to come. Now, where we could, we did. For example, Mr. Gerald Sapp, the probation officer. He's still here, that's less than 5 years ago, and we were able to bring him. If we could have brought the teachers in, we would have, but we can't. So we're bringing in with the records what we can with our witness and STEM.
I'm just not sure why they can't bring teachers in because they don't work there anymore. That makes them unsubpoenable. And they did contact one individual or two who certainly could appear by Zoom. So to say that they're not subpoenable in Alachua, I think that's in Florida under the jurisdiction of the Florida courts.
Not the statement that they're not subpoenable. They're asking why we didn't bring people from over there. And I'm explaining that they're not there now. These are schools from 96, 98. So the teachers that she couldn't track them all down and she was able to locate a few.
And just one thing from Earhart, Judge, I just want to read what hearsay is admissible by experts. Experts may rely in part upon hearsay in forming their opinion if that kind of hearsay is relied upon during the practice of the experts in a particular discipline when not in court. So she's not using it to do her opinion. She's just using it to recite what they said it was, certain facts. So I understand the defense doesn't want to call these different people in. I don't have a problem with Ms. Stone going through all the records. I just don't think she should be able to talk about hearsay and provide an opinion about what that relate to in this case. That's it, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Speaker?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to allow Ms. Stone to testify, but it's going to be on a limited scope of expertise. I think that she can testify as an educational expert, assuming she continues to meet the qualifications, because I haven't heard all of that yet. But I will allow her to testify on limited scope as to generalized review of his records and consistency with a Title I. If there is something that she can tell us as a Title I experience or something along those lines, she can certainly testify to that. I'm not going to bring in the slideshow of the fifth grade. This is so-and-so. That's not, I don't even see where that's even marginally relevant. She can certainly hold on to it and say she spoke to teacher so-and-so.
Your Honor, if you could take a look, it's only 8 slides.
Yeah, it could be one slide, and still would not be admissible. Now, the writing sample on the third slide would be acceptable. No problem with that. And I don't even particularly think that I have a problem with your last 2 slides, to the extent the state's not objecting to the recitation of the hearsay showing his GPA through high school and attendance issues. I think those are all probably related to her testimony.
It is, Judge. It's just going to be, but it's numbers. It'll be easier for them to understand. We're fine with it. It's not a big deal.
The writing sample and your data can certainly be demonstrated. Okay, anything else?
Your Honor, if I could just have a brief moment to discuss the court's ruling with Ms. Stone, and I'll adjust the PowerPoint.
All right.
So the court's asking to remove all the pictures with exception to the writing sample and the last 2 slides.
The one picture potentially, yeah, I think that would be, that's our understanding. Let's go with the writing sample and the data. All right, do you just go on recess for a few minutes, see if we talk to Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes. Let the jurors know it'll be about 10 or 15 minutes before we get started with you, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's not being edited.
Okay, no, we're just, because we have an argument on it, so.
It's just coming up as a demonstrative age. They can just cross through the black part, like just put an X through it, doesn't cut it.
So I'm gonna reprint the one that the jury will see, I just want for the record, to know that this is.
She's saying they mark it, you take it at the end of the trial. That what happens? Even if the judge wants to keep it as a
The judge orders it.
Yeah.
He wants to, so.
The court can have to review
Well,
it.
he said that I'll do it, that's
Yeah.
the reason I'm not.
Or, yeah. Thank you,
Yeah, we'll
Teresa.
do that at the end, make sure that he has that. too. But they may not see it for-
I know. Good, probably we already know this stuff. She's
And
mixed
then she
up.
looks shocked when she isn't. That's what the stories can tell us in every trial.
But they're trying to tell me.
Yeah.
Get everything.
Right.
But they're trying to tell me.
It's not saying that.
Right.
They're following
The rules
the
of evidence.
rules of evidence employee seeking a punishment for the- it's not
She's,
characterizing it that way.
she's a specialist. Yeah, I don't know. No, I didn't. Um. Can't you wrap? Okay. Whenever. This is really. I don't have to. Access that.
Pretty sure you might want to take him.
Okay, you know what?
You're just gonna go for it.
I'm not going to. If I'm dead, I don't think I have to worry. If I want to start this application, there's nothing online, nothing. Better help me get better out there. So the team in this courtroom, Rich, you're starting some kind of crap. I mean, it's just all on you, and they say, why are you, where are you lost? Why are you always doing this? I just respond to that crap.
It's very. Especially the ones that work. I get paid.
So I'm counting myself for sure.
Something.
there anything else we need to take up before we bring the jury back in?
No,
Your
sir.
Honor, I've had a brief conversation with Ms. Stone. She, just letting for the state of the court to know, she did go through DCF records, and if the state or I ask her about that, she'll run through that list of records, but I've advised her not to discuss police reports and DCF records regarding that line of records.
Okay.
And then just as a matter that I do believe that needs to be placed on the record, our State Attorney Lewis has, I'm very focused when I'm up at the bar, so I'm not hearing certain things. But it's my understanding that within the gallery that he could be heard cursing, dropping F-bombs while I was cross-examining Dr. Scully yesterday. So I know that everyone's talking to each other. At our table, we usually use sticky notes to pass it back and forth. But there is still a level of professionalism that we all have to abide to as lawyers, that I would ask Mr. Lewis, and I need to place this on the record as a death case, that he would rise to that. So I know we're all contentious, and it's a very passionate type of case. But if he has an objection, then he can say that, rather, and I believe it probably would have been narrative. But to sit there cursing about me cross-examining a witness, I think it's exceptionally inappropriate. Now, again, I didn't hear it because I'm very tuned in, but it's my understanding, and I can bring other members of the defense table to place on the record the exact quote that was heard, that probably rang through the courtroom, but I did not. So I'm really focusing in. So whether it's the arms flailing or my understanding is highlighter being placed up on his head like antennas, that if he could restrict his behavior to what we're all called to as attorneys that have all sworn and also before the bar.
Briefly, Mr. Rose.
Just to respond, I don't recall cursing about Ms. Peoples. I don't recall that in any way, and if I did, that will not happen again. I did have the highlighters. They were not making antennas, Judge, and I will refrain from that. So I understand Ms. Peoples' concerns, and we will do our best to remedy that. We would just ask also if we could have professionalism and provide us all the information ahead of time and be upfront and don't provide us stuff 10 minutes before we go into court. So really, that's the professionalism that affects the case. So I'd ask that that be done really in this case, that we don't just sandbag the state and wait for the last minute to give us everything. That's all I'd ask, Judge. Thank you.
And Your Honor, the state is in receipt of records. This is a final draft that they're talking about that we discussed during the deposition.
But
Actually, let me correct myself. It was during the deposition of Ann Stone that she had sent them a draft and explained to them we were still working on it. So at any point, it's my practice to get records out and things or reports out early. So I do apologize that yes, we gave the Ann Stone PowerPoint the final this morning. But I am not picking up what's going on behind me, but apparently everybody else in the courtroom is. And I suspect that we may start reaching into a level where I need to start asking for homogeneous motions on this issue. However, if he can conduct himself appropriately, I think we'll be fine moving forward.
And just to respond, no, we did not get a PowerPoint in that presentation from your deposition. That came 10 minutes ago, or now 20 minutes ago. So that would be a misstatement. If you'd like to read the whole deposition, you can clarify that you sent records. There was nothing about a PowerPoint were sent, Ms. Peoples. So that is a misstatement of the facts. And we will cordially do all that. And I'd appreciate the defense who's saying that we're not following the rules. The 20-day rule of everything that was supposed to be provided to the state before trial has not been filed once. We haven't made a big deal, Ms. Peoples not following the rules at all. We got one thing and then they supplemented, which is not what the rule is. And we weren't provided the stuff. So we're not making a big deal about it, but we're just saying, if you want to apply by all the rules, please yourself do that too. Thank you.
The least productive thing to do in the courtroom is argue about argument. I'm not going to hear anymore. If both sides are going to be professional, there's an appropriate motion to bring before the court for directed relief. Make the motion, but I don't want to hear any more bickering like we're become a bunch of 10-year-olds in the schoolyard. It's not what we're here for. It's very serious business. You are all professionals. The last 2 weeks of the trial were conducted with great professionalism, and I admire that. Let's not reduce it to a schoolyard brawl at this point. We do need to be aware of the jury's time, and that's why I try to take breaks to allow you all to bring up issues out of their presence, so we don't have them waiting around like we've done now for 66 minutes. So please bring these issues up at the end of the day or at the end of the morning or during the time that we've set aside for it. We're ready for the jury now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
All right, the jurors in the courtroom, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies. Can all of you show me by a show of hands that you have all followed the instruction last night not to have any conversations with everyone else or outside research? And raise your hand if you saw any news articles last night on TV. Trying to fool me here.
Question.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate you following those instructions. Again, as I said before, occasionally things like that happen that are humorous. We do take this all very seriously. And we take your time very seriously. We had some important issues that came up at the last minute we had to discuss outside of the presence. So I appreciate your patience. All right, Ms. Peoples, if you'd like to call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Ann Stone.
And she's going to be appearing by Zoom, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I will admit her to the, and also admit her computer as well, and we'll mute the. There you go. Can you hear me, Ms. Stone?
Yes,
All right, thank you. You are not in the state of Florida, is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, do you consent to be placed under oath by video device?
Yes,
All right, and I will go ahead and do that. If you would raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
All right. Please state your full name for the record. You can put your hand down now.
Ann Stone,
All right, thank you, ma'am. And where are you currently coming to us from?
from North Carolina.
Well, thank you. Ms. Peoples, you may proceed with this stone.
All right. Can you please state your full name?
Yes, Ann Stone.
Right. And what is your education experience?
I have a master's in teaching English as a second language. I have a BA in early childhood education.
Just gonna see if this sounded. Because no one can hear. Can you ask her to talk again in just a second?
Can you repeat the answer?
Sure. I have a master's in teaching English as a second language, and I have a BA in early childhood education.
Can you please give the jury a brief example of your employment history education?
Yes, I taught for approximately 17 and a half years in Maryland, Virginia, and Georgia. I was also a literacy coach during that time. And then I've also taught adult ESL classes at universities and colleges.
All right. And can you please explain your role as an educator?
It's my job as an educator to prepare children for being in school, being successful in standardized tests, reporting any signs of learning disabilities, that type of thing.
And can you explain your role as a literacy coach?
Yes, I worked with Title I schools to help them with their reading. I trained teachers in the best practices of teaching reading in the classroom. I helped them with coming up with challenges and solutions to issues they were having based on the training that I was receiving. And I trained volunteers with United Way and Boys Club, Title I, YMCA, et cetera.
And what class of children are the focus of Title I schools?
Generally, Title I schools work with students who are primarily have financial assistance needs. High percentages of them come from low-income families. And so we assist them in meeting the challenges of the state standards so they can pass the end of the year tests.
All right. Now, what experience do you have with teaching children from poverty?
I've taught in several Title I schools. Examples of some of the family challenges would be children coming to school without having eaten breakfast. So they provide free breakfasts. Sometimes it's free or reduced lunch that they provide. Sometimes this might be the only meal the child gets during the day. The classroom is impacted by this with things like children coming to school, not having been bathed, so they might smell bad, bugs in their, we've had bugs in backpacks coming out. So you get a lot more of that type of thing happening in the Title I classroom.
Now, how many students have you worked with directly over the years?
I don't know, but I estimate somewhere over 600
All right. And
from
what is,
old
go
to
ahead.
6.
I'm sorry, if you could repeat the answer.
Would be over 600 students, and it would be from 4 years old to 60 years.
And can you explain to the jury how you began your experience as an education expert?
So I began with juvenile life without parole cases, and I analyzed documents, education documents, create digests, reports to talk about the attendance records, test scores. I look for missing documents. I identify if there might be ESE or special ed documents that need to be asked for. There might be a school psychological, a social history. So that's how I began. And then I began doing capital, non-capital, homicide, non-homicide cases.
And as part of your experience as a education mitigation expert, did you have a responsibility of identifying red flag issues in the records and as a teacher in the schools?
Yes, so I'm looking for issues with the grades. Are they being retained? Attendance records, like, are they in school? Sometimes the documents are very complicated because people have handwritten over top of things that have been typed. Sometimes the documents are conflicting. So that's the kind of thing I'll identify. And as I said, special ed documents.
How many years have you worked in mitigation?
5 years. And I've worked on approximately 47 cases assisting attorneys.
And could you explain your role in assisting attorneys with these cases?
Yes, I generally write reports that they work with. They add to their mitigation. They ask me to identify other reports or records that need to be requested. I make phone calls to educators to try to fill in the gap, explain information in the records that may not be make sense to. For example, we've got documents from multiple states. Every state, every county has a different acronym. They deal with things differently. Sometimes grades are not the same. One county, or it can go as far as school system or county or state. It varies on whether, like, you've got a 10-point scale on A's, B's, and C's. Sometimes you have a 7-point scale. So there are multiple ways that all these groups address the records. And so sometimes we have to find more information.
Now, specific to this case, who did you interview?
I interviewed over 35 people that were specifically either educators, administration, personnel. Yes.
And in what states are these individuals that you interviewed?
They are in Alachua and Marion County, Florida, Pima County, Arizona, and Caddo County in Hinton, Oklahoma.
And did you interview Mr. Mark Wilson Jr.?
I did.
Right. And what records did you, in summary, what records did you look at?
I looked at, to inform my digest, I looked at the school records from 1994 to 2009. And I also got some information from the Florida Guardian Ad Litem of 1998.
Now, you said 1994 is what the year that you started the first year of the records then?
Right.
Right. So looking to that year of 1994, what occurred in Mark Wilson's education history?
So there's a notation from in the following year that Mark is coming from William Talbot Elementary, which was he was attending preschool in Alachua.
So then where did he begin elementary school?
Kimball Wiles Elementary. And that was for kindergarten.
And where did he go to school next?
So at the end, he was at Kimball Wiles from August to April of it's the 95-96 school year. And then he is withdrawn and then enrolled in Reddick Collier Elementary in kindergarten for the last month of that year.
And where did he go to school next? After Kimball Wiles.
Right, so second grade would have been Reddick Collier and third grade.
All right, so from he was at Reddick Collier for how many school years then?
3 years.
All right. And in 98 in the 96 school year then, were there any disciplinary reports?
Yes, he has 3 of them. Do you want me to give you the dates of those?
No, it's fine. What was the nature of those disciplinary reports?
He receives a discipline report for kicking, another one for inappropriate behavior in school, and another one for excessive mischievousness in the bathroom.
All right. Now, for these disciplinary reports, were law enforcement or suspensions a result?
No.
What was the result of these reports?
There's a notice to the parents, and for the mischievousness in the bathroom, there's a detention.
All right. And then are there any similar reports in 97?
Yes, he has 2 discipline reports in 97. One for disobedience to Miss White, his teacher, and one for insubordination to Miss White.
Okay. And then based on the records, are there any other discipline reports?
Yes, in the following year in third grade, he has a warning for a bus infraction.
All right. Now, as a result of these discipline reports, were there any suspensions, expulsions, or law enforcement?
No,
What was the resulting end of those reports?
a notice to the parents in detention, and one of them received corporal punishment.
Okay. What else happened in his, or what was his grades in the third grade?
So in third grade, he receives a B in language, C's in spelling and math, and a D in reading.
And what type of instruction was he receiving?
So he was in the general classroom, but he was also his records show that he was also receiving preventative instruction in reading, language, and math. And there, on one of his reports, it shows there are three ways that they, I guess we would call them grades, but they're not really grades, they're just levels. And there's enrichment, development, and preventative instruction. Enrichment would be a student who's doing really well and may be receiving extra gifted help. And then developmental would be the normal average student, and preventative would be the student that's struggling.
And what, did you detect any conflicts in the records for third grade?
So it shows that he's administratively placed. And he is, but it's unclear in the documents whether that is at the end of first grade or second grade.
And what does administratively placed mean?
It means that although his scores or attendance, it can be based on either or both. Either his scores or attendance did not qualify him to move to the next year, move up to the next year grade, but the teachers or administration or staff decide to go ahead and move him.
All right. Then what school does he go to after the third grade?
What year are we?
At the end of third grade, I believe he was in 97, or that's 98, 99.
Okay, so he ends up, I believe this is when he goes to Marjorie Rawlings. Can I have a minute to look at the records?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct. He changes schools and ends up going to Marjorie Rawlings Elementary.
And what time of the school year did that occur? Or what month?
Just a minute, please. I believe he's at Reddick Collier, and let me just get it. He's withdrawn from Reddick Collier on 11/18/98. So in November, he leaves and he goes to Marjorie Rawlings Elementary, and he's there for the remainder of the year.
All right. And is there any significance of changing schools during the school year at that age?
Generally speaking, a child, when they come to school, they have to learn the rules of the school.
As to her in generalities explaining when people switch schools, she's not a sociologist, she's not a psychologist, she's not a social worker.
Your Honor, she's just addressing it in terms of a teacher and the experience of children.
I think this is within scope of this testimony.
You can answer, Ms. Stone.
So generally, when a child is in school, they have to learn the rules of the school. They have to learn the rules of the actual school. They have to learn the location of classrooms. They have to learn the names of different teachers. They're getting to know friends in the classroom. They've got to know the classroom rules. And in every classroom, there are different rules. If you're in PE, there are rules. If you're in music, art, library, no matter where you go, you've got sets of rules. Every time a child changes schools, that starts over because they have to learn all of that again. Plus, schools vary in the type of education they're teaching their children. They might have different curriculum that they're using. So the child may be learning, building their education on certain building blocks in a certain school, and then it changes in the next year. So it's a challenge.
All right. Now, at the end of that school year, at Marjorie Rawlings, so that would be that school year ends in 99. Where does he go to school next?
That's where the records fall out. We don't know where he goes. We don't have records to show where he goes.
All right. And from school years 1999 to 2003, were you able to get any indication of where he was for school?
We have one notation in one of his documents that he was at Dan Hinton Accommodation School in Pima, Arizona. It's a notation.
How many contacts did you make to track down records for that span of school years?
I contacted over 35 people.
And how many different school districts did you contact?
Alachua, Marion, Caddo, Pima, and Putnam.
And what's the results of those missing school years?
It was inconclusive. No one could find him in a school. We were unable to identify what county he was in school based on the fact that we could find no records.
Right. What did you learn about his education experience in Oklahoma? Or what school were you able to identify in Oklahoma for Mr. Wilson?
Hinton schools in Oklahoma.
And how were you able to identify that he was at that school?
I received from your office a yearbook photo from the 2002-2003 school year.
Now, did you reach out to that school? in
Yes,
Oklahoma? All right.
yes,
So there's a photo of him, but what of the records?
nothing. There's nothing.
Just a yearbook photo.
Yes.
And then the records start again, if it's fair to say, in 2003? Or what records did you look or review from 2003?
So in 2003, he reappears at Flowing Wells Junior High School in Arizona.
All right. And what grade should he have been in for that school year?
Well, if you go by the years that he's missing, we've got missing documents. He should be going into 8th grade, but he's actually enrolled in 7th grade.
And what schools did he attend that moving forward from 2004?
He attends there's a note that says he's attending Coronado K-8 school, but then he's actually shown to be enrolled in Flowing Wells Junior High. And he's there for 2004, 2005.
All right. And then where is he enrolled, or what records do you have moving forward after junior high?
So it shows that he's at Ironwood Ridge High School in 9th grade in Pima, Arizona, That's for just 1 month. And then he's in Putnam County, so he's now returned back to Florida. And
All right. So then moving forward to Putnam County, where did he attend school?
Interlaken High School.
All right. And what were his grades over the years in that high school?
So in 9th grade, so to explain what I'm about to say, 2.0, an average is passing. So it's low, but it's passing. So in 9th grade, his cumulative GPA is 1.83. And he does not pass the reading or math FCAT, which is the Florida standardized test, end of the year. And then in 10th grade, his GPA is 2.5, so he does go up a little bit there. In 11th grade, his GPA is 2.6. Again, he's keeping it above the minimum, but he does not pass the reading or science FCAT. And in 12th grade, his GPA is 1. However, his cumulative GPA for the 4 years of high school is 1.9. And Florida allows schools to round up to 1 decimal, giving Mark a 2.0 at the end of his high school.
Right. Now, Ms. Stone, did you prepare a graph for his attendance?
I did.
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to share that at this time.
You may.
All right. So Ms. Stone, the jury now is looking at the attendance graph that you made based on the records for Mark Wilson Jr. If you can explain what the different colors signify. If you can explain the colors in the graph.
Okay. I don't have a color copy in front of me, so I'm looking at a paper copy.
All right. If you can start from missing and then work your way down and what the 3 different ones are.
If I could have a moment, I'm going to pull it up.
All right.
Okay. The very top part, which is, I believe it's green.
Yes.
Okay, is missing. So those are the days that he misses school, that he's not in school. And then oh, I'm sorry, that is not accurate. Let me start over. I'm going to start from the bottom. It would be easier for me to explain it that way.
All right.
The bottom orange part is the part where he's present in school. The yellow part are the days that he's absent. The green part are the days that he is not enrolled in that school.
And so the first graph that you have is first grade. And how many days how many days was he absent in first grade?
Just a minute. He is absent 6 days.
All right. And then there's that
Did you say first or kindergarten?
first grade.
15.
All right. And then I'm going to skip over 2nd and 3rd grade. There's a missing for 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. Is that missing because you don't have any records?
That's correct.
All right. How many days did he miss school in the 7th grade? Or absent, I'm sorry.
He was absent 17 days.
And how many days is he actually missing?
He is missing a total of I believe it's 36. This gets, you start with 180 days, you have to subtract, then you have to figure out how many days he's actually in school during that year. So if we could stick to absent, that would be helpful.
All right. How many days is he absent in 8th grade
22,
and 9th grade
20,
and then 10th grade
23,
and 11th grade?
22.
And then that senior year, how many days was he absent?
Well, he's absent most of the year. He's absent for 57 days, but he's also not enrolled for a number of days. So he misses over half the year.
All right. How would you summarize his grades and testing overall based on the records?
So based on the records, Mark is a low average student who struggles in certain academic areas, especially reading. He misses a great deal of school in his senior year because to do percentages, generally speaking, a month of school, of actual being in school based on holidays, average month of holidays, etc. 20 days would, if you miss 20 days of school, you've missed approximately a month of school. So when you look at that, Mark is missing, and when you look at this graph, starting with the early years and moving over, he misses about a month of school each year.
And
That is his ability to learn.
I'm sorry, if you could say that last part again.
I believe that impacts his ability to succeed well in school.
That is speculation. This is outside the scope of her expertise to even say that.
Your Honor, she's addressing his ability to learn in school as a teacher in light of the missed days. She's not addressing his intelligence or his competency. She's addressing a child's ability to learn for the number of days. If you can, just the end of that last answer, repeat that.
By missing a month of school each year and not receiving that instruction, his grades reflect that.
All right. Now, based on your review and your interviews, what were Mark's normal as a student in school?
He was frequently missing school. His grades were generally average or low average. He struggled. And as a result, the thing that strikes me as the thing that strikes me as an educator is his resilience in high school and continuing to come to school.
All right. And why would you use the word resilient?
Because a lot of students drop out at that point. When they're not successful in school, a lot of students drop out. And Mark continues to attend school.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewis, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Stone, can you see me?
I cannot, but I hear you.
Okay, let me see if we can.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna close this right here. Can I minimize this? Bernie?
Yeah.
You need to put that star on the video.
I am. I'm trying to get to it on her computer. It's weird.
It's just oriented different.
I know, but it's two screens, so I gotta get over. There we go.
You know how to do it?
Yeah, there's, we got it right there, right there. Can you see me now, Ms. Stone?
Yes, I can.
Great. Okay.
That's what you want?
Sure, but I can't see her. Let me just slide over here. Yeah. We're just gonna go. I'll just look at you up there. It's not that I'm ignoring you here. Can you see me okay, though?
Yes, I can.
Ms. Stone, just so the jurors understand, Mr. Wilson actually dropped out of 12th grade and then he went and got his GED, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, we'll learn later, he didn't even study for the GED and he passed it, correct?
I don't know about the studying. I know he passed it.
Okay, and in his mathematics on his GED, he got a 54 percentile, correct? Meaning he was 54 in the 54th percentile of all people who took it. So he did better than 54 people out of 100, right?
I do not have that document in front of me.
Do you have that document? You're testifying as an expert?
Yes, I do a chronology, and some information I actually put directly into the chronology, which is what I'm using. I can go back and find that document if you need me to.
Would you disagree with the document says he was 54 percentile, which is better than 54 out of 100 people?
If the document says that, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then in science, he was in the 66th percentile? Would you agree that means he's better than 66 out of 100 people?
Yes,
Okay, and in his language arts reading, he's 66 percentile too. So he's better than 66 out of 100 people?
yes,
You would agree that's better than average?
yes.
Let's talk about his absences. You went on a long deal about it. In first grade, he was present 91% of the days for school, correct?
Can you hold a moment? I'd like to look at documents when we talk about them, if possible, if I have them. Yeah, correct.
And I'm just going off your chart, your graph. So if you pull up
Yes.
your graph, that might help you.
Yes, I have it right now.
Okay, so he was present 91% of the time in first grade,
Correct.
right? And he was present 89% of the days in second grade,
Yes,
present 94% of the days in third grade, right?
yes. Mhm,
Present 89% of the days in seventh grade.
mhm.
Is that a yes, ma'am?
I don't know what the percentage is because I'm not looking at what, I don't know where you're getting your percentages from. I'm looking at days. I've got this listed in days. So this is,
So I'll
If-
just show you the quick math. It's just a quick math. So he had 140.
Your Honor, if she's using one set, it's kind of like we're using metric and imperial. She's got dates and he's using percentages. If you could just stick to the date.
I'll let him explain his methodology and see if she can adapt it.
Just basic math, you add the 144 days present with the 17 days absent, and then you just divide 17 by that whole number. So 17 by 161. You
You're
would agree?
You're asking me to do something that I would need time to work it out. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm wondering if we could just stick with numbers of days.
No, I don't want to stick with numbers and days. I know that's what you would like to stick with, but I would like to establish the percentage of time he was present in school. So would it surprise you to know he was present 89% of the time in 7th grade, according to your numbers? And if you need a calculator to do it, feel free to take it out.
Your Honor,
No.
because it's
Oh,
17
right.
and 36. It's not including all the days absent and missing.
Give me your methodology, Mr. Bruce.
Yes, sir. As Ms. Stone testified, she can only go by absent and present. So it's 144 present, 17 absent. When you add that, that's 161. You divide 17 by 161, and that will give you 89%.
He is missing the green section as well. He's not enrolled in school in that time frame. So he's missing all of the absence and all of the missing.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know what that is, ma'am. You're saying it's missing from your records. You don't know where he is for those other 20 days, do you, ma'am?
We have the records. So
You
the
have the okay, so you have the records that shows when he's absent and when he's present in school, correct?
correct.
Okay, and you don't know, you're basing it on 180 days and there's 19 additional days missing. You don't know where they are, right?
We do not have the records for those days that he shows that he is not enrolled, correct?
Correct. So let's go by the days he's actually in school enrolled, the records you looked at, right?
Correct.
Because missing is just an anomaly out there, correct?
It's days we know he's not at Interlaken High School.
Okay, well, he's not in Interlochen High School in 7th grade, is he?
No,
Right, okay, so in 8th grade, based on your absent and present, he
Yeah.
is there 87.5% of the time.
I will take your word for it.
Okay, and then based on 9th grade, where you have him, he's 86% of the time based on your absent and present.
Okay,
And then in 11th grade, he is there 87% of the time. You'd agree?
okay.
I'm just doing simple math. So he's never had a, from the records you look at, nothing's under 85% present at school, correct? It's just a yes or no, ma'am.
If you eliminate 12th grade,
Yes, that's correct. Because he dropped out in 12th grade, didn't he?
correct,
Right, because he actually took his GED in, I want to say it was February of his senior year. So that 4 months at the end of the year, he wasn't even enrolled in school, correct?
Correct. correct,
And you would agree with me, he's never been in any ESE classes, which are exceptional student education, correct?
correct.
He never had an IEP, an individualized education plan, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay,
The records that we have.
right. Well, you don't see it in any records you have. So you would just be speculating if you say he's somewhere else, right?
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. And did you ever talk to Mark's father or Mark's mother or any of his guardians about where his schools were in 7th, in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade?
I did not.
You did not. So the people who could have given you the information and you could have tracked it back, you didn't decide to reach out to any of them?
It's not up to me to make that decision.
Did you make that suggestion to the defense and say, hey, can I talk to a parent and find out what school he was at?
That is, I don't remember.
Okay. Don't you think that's something you would remember? You talked to 35 people and when you can't track it back, that you didn't say to the defense team, hey, how about putting me in contact with the people who he was with so I can try and track that back?
It's a good question.
Yes, ma'am. And in his, you would agree though that Mark was an average to, you said slightly below average student, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And there's nothing really exceptional in his records showing that he has any sort of learning disabilities or that he has any sort of intellectual disability, correct?
no.
May I just have a moment, Judge?
You man.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Stone.
Morning.
Now, in terms of the school records, you were then directed to check the schools in Caddo County in Oklahoma, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you only found, or there's only one record that came out of Oklahoma,
I'm
and
gonna
that was
object to the leading.
Hold on a little bit, just get oriented.
only one record out of Oklahoma, and that was a photo in a yearbook.
Correct.
And how many people did you speak to in Oklahoma trying to track down records on Mark Wilson?
Specifically Oklahoma. I don't know those numbers.
Right, so you did speak to people in Oklahoma trying to track down records?
Yes, a number of
And-
people,
And the result of that effort to track down those records?
nothing.
Right. And you were also making efforts to track down records in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And beyond what you receive, what other records did you were able to locate out of Arizona?
No, I received from your office a number of records from Flowing Wells.
And then
And
you reached out to Flowing Wells after that?
yes,
Right. Is
My-
that how you were able to locate the records for the Ironside School in Arizona?
well, the only thing that the Flowing Wells was able to tell me is they looked back in their documents and they had an acronym, a code, and the code said,
It's hearsay.
Your Honor, the state asked in cross-examination about her efforts to track down records and
As to what the records say, Judge? Not the record. She's saying what a person told her, Judge.
again, the state had inquired about that and I'd like her to give a full answer. Continue. Ms. Stone, please continue.
the code says from another state, quote unquote, from another state.
And that state was not identified?
No,
All right.
and that's all.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's all they had. I also went by your office, your investigator, all of the work that he went through to try to find other records.
All right. Now, a moment ago, the state asked you about an IEP and ESE courses. How does a child receive what is an IEP? I'm sorry.
It's an individualized educational program. It's when a student is identified as needing ESE, which is special ed. And so they receive this IEP and it follows them through the years and identifies any support that they're receiving. It also designates when they will be being tested again for ESE, et cetera.
Right. And a moment ago, the state had asked you about no ESE records, but there was some effort based on your research for some ESE services from Mark. Is that correct?
Yes,
Learn.
Judge, I'm gonna object against hearsay. Can we go sidebar?
Well, this has also been testified to already. So
She's about to say what someone told her, not what was in the record.
she already testified to that about an hour ago. So let's move on.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Permanent excusal for Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stone. You can go ahead and sign off the system now.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness, Ms. Peter.
Your Honor, defense calls Dr. Travis Snyder and he's in court.
Okay. So you can go ahead and disconnect your Zoom.
Should I shut it off completely?
Please.
Sorry.
Sir, if you would go ahead and state your full name for the record. Travis Snyder, Snyder. All right, thank you, sir. And where is your professional address? It's in, I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, thank you. All right, you may proceed, Madam Stevens.
Thank you. Can you please state your full name?
Travis Snyder.
All right, and what do you do for a living?
So I'm a neuroradiologist.
And where do you currently practice?
I practice in Las Vegas, Nevada is where I physically reside, but I have probably 10 or 15 state licenses, and I work for a large outpatient imaging company, so I read cases all across the country.
And can you briefly go over your educational background?
Sure. So I went to undergraduate college here at Florida State, and then I went to medical school at Toro University, Nevada. And then following medical school, did a radiology residency, which is 5 years, including a intern year at Michigan State. And then following that, I did a 1-year neuroradiology fellowship at the University of Miami in Jackson Hospital.
And where did you complete your residency?
At Michigan State.
And then it sounds like Miami for the fellowship?
Yes.
And when you left school, where did you work?
So I came, following school, following a fellowship, I came back to Nevada, worked for a company for about 6 months called Nevada Imaging Centers. And then following that, I've been working full-time for Simon Med.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
Yes, I read cases on a daily basis from Florida.
And what other states are you licensed to practice?
Well, Nevada, California, Arizona, Michigan, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, New Mexico, New York, Kentucky. It's not unusual for radiologists to have a lot of licenses. I might be missing one.
Do you hold any licensures or certificates?
Yes, so I'm board certified radiologist, and then I have a CAQ in neuroradiology. And CAQ is it's a equivalent of a board certification in neuroradiology. If you do a neuroradiology fellowship, you're eligible to take that test.
And then can you explain the board certification?
Sure. So in radiology, during following radiology residency, if you take a test to become board certified in radiology, and then radiologists that do a fellowship in neuroradiology are eligible for a CAQ test. And if you take and pass that test, then you can say you have a CAQ, which stands for Certificate of Added Qualification in Neuroradiology.
And how do you obtain that CAQ?
Well, if you complete the fellowship, you're eligible, and so you just sign up for it.
And is there any requirements that you have to maintain that CAQ designation?
Well, there's CME, Continued Medical Education, and then every 10 years you have to renew your board certification in radiology. So you need to do those continued medical education courses.
All right. Now, as far as board certification, what exactly does that mean?
It means that you've completed the training, that you've taken the test, and a lot of places they won't allow you to work if you don't have that certification.
Are all doctors board certified?
Most practicing radiologists are, in fact, I would say probably, I would say almost all practicing radiologists are board certified, and most neuroradiologists are CAQ certified, unless they're
older maybe, maybe from a grandfather or something like that, but most are.
Right. In your career as a neuroradiologist, how many MRIs have you seen?
Oh, wow. I mean, this weekend I probably read 70, so 70 or 80 MRIs. So I mean, thousands and thousands. You can sum it up like that.
And that would be thousands in a year.
Yes, in a year, and then over 7 or 8 years of practicing, and include training, with even more. So.
And what about PET scans? How many PET scans have you seen?
So I read PET scans. They're less common than MRIs, but I probably read 1 or 2 a week. For PET scan is a CT scan with a nuclear uses nuclear medicine. It's a little different than MRI. Yeah, not as common as just regular MRIs.
In your practice, how many scans do you see on a daily basis?
I mean, if I'm not interrupted, I would probably say I could read 50 scans. Sometimes it's less, and then you kind of make up for it on the weekend. So it's kind of in flux.
Now, in your practice of reading scans, is that from one facility or multiple?
So I go to 2 facilities physically in Nevada, but then I probably read for probably over 100 different facilities. Simon Med is one of the largest purely outpatient companies in the country, so it's from a lot of different centers.
All right, so a lot of different centers so you're also reviewing images from other states then?
Yes, yes.
In your practice, do you perform traumatic brain injury assessments?
Yes, that's kind of something that I'm sort of specialized in as a neuroradiologist. It's not unusual to have an interest within the field, and then you just read more of those scans. So it's a focus of my research as well. We have a research group we published on traumatic brain injury, and I read a more traumatic brain injury MRIs and also CTs and probably even X-rays than most neuroradiologists in terms of looking at those studies.
All right, now how many times did you say that you perform those assessments, meaning the assessments for traumatic brain injury?
Well, this weekend I probably read 10 or 15 MRIs with patients with head trauma, and probably at least 5 a day on average.
All right, and do you work with acute and chronic TBIs, again, traumatic brain injuries?
Yes, being an outpatient, it's more, we see more chronic, but I also take shifts with the residents. I'm involved with the residency program in Nevada at our hospitals, so I occasionally take weekend shifts in the hospitals and see, of course, the acute traumas there.
And what's the difference between acute and a chronic TBI?
Well, there's different imaging features that you see. I mean, you can see the acute blood, for example, and an acute trauma, and then the chronic, you might see areas of volume loss. You might see scarring. You might see the blood products that stay on the scan. Those are things that you look for.
And do all neuroradiologists work with chronic traumatic brain injuries?
I would, yes. I mean, yes, I would say they do. I mean, to varying degrees. They may not specialize in it as much as maybe I do, but I mean, I think all neuroradiologists would be able to identify or be familiar with that. It's not an uncommon condition.
Do you do any teaching?
Yeah, so I was the residency program director of our residency program in Las Vegas for the past 2.5 years, and then just about 1 or 2 months ago, I switched with the associate program director, and now I'm the associate program director, and he's the program director. But I'm still, very involved. And that was spent a lot of time working with the residents and helping set the program, working with the faculty. I'm also on clinical faculty at 4 at least different medical schools where I take students. I take 2 every month, sometimes 3 or 4. So the students are there looking at images, and I'm kind of teaching them with the residents.
And were you an adjunct professor at Drury University?
Yes, Toro is one, and UNLV is the other main one. And then also there's a school up in Reno where I work with. And then there's a few other ones that occasionally I'll get a student, not as much.
Now, do you do any work for the US government, and what kind?
Yeah, so just because of my interest in head trauma, I've done work with the Department of Defense on veterans, try to use imaging to look at clinical outcomes and to find differences between the veterans with trauma and without, try to get more sensitive. So that was one of the, it was a fairly big project called HBOT, HBOT, that looked at veterans.
And then in terms of research, are you involved with any research in Alzheimer's disease?
Yeah, so besides head trauma, I'm principal investigator, which means your name's on the IRB, which is how you get research approved, for an Alzheimer's Amyvid project, which uses PET as well, actually, and looks at all 3 to try to see if you can help identify Alzheimer's. And then there's other, the carbon monoxide is something I've published on. That's a focus of our research besides head trauma. And then there's other things we've done too, case reports and different things.
And are there any other areas that you are involved in research?
Part of the Enigma head trauma group. There is just an association of international head trauma people. I've done seminars at the Cleveland Clinic. They were helping us on some perfusion and diffuser tensor imaging in Las Vegas, and we have a few other collaborations.
And have you published any journal articles?
Yes.
On what topics?
Mostly traumatic brain injury, carbon monoxide poisoning. We've done the Alzheimer's abstract, and there's in the Department of Defense, we have an article there, and a few other things in the works. There's a list of them that are there.
All right. Now, do you perform any work for a group called the Mind Research Network?
Yes, there's someone that we partner with for diffuser tensor imaging. It's a type of specialized MRI sequence.
And how many times have you testified in court regarding your knowledge and experience in the field of neuroradiology?
Haven't counted it up, but I've been involved with at least 10 trials over the years. Maybe it could be more, maybe.
All right. And would 30 sound like a more accurate number?
30 trials?
Or testified in court?
Oh, yes, maybe. If you've counted them, I'll take your word for it.
All right. Well, let me narrow it down then. So, how many times have you testified in a death penalty case?
I'm not sure.
Would that be more of a single-digit number, closer to 10?
Less than 10. Sometimes I testify. I'm not sure if there's I mean, for example, in this case, I didn't realize it was a death penalty case until I had my deposition taken, which was, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago. So sometimes you're not aware of what is going on.
All right. And why is that? If you could explain that to the jury.
Well, radiologists were a little maybe different than some of the other people that may have testified here, that we're not, we don't see patients, and we don't review a lot of medical records. We may review limited, but mostly we're just looking at images. And so we're kind of just sort of operate in a bubble a little bit, which is, we're happy to do it, happy to operate like that.
All right. So, and that's is that fair to say part of the reason why you can get through thousands and thousands of images in a year is that that's all you're looking at? You're not reading records and things of that nature.
Correct. We get maybe some history that is relevant to the limited history, but yes, we're not doing in-depth record reviews. Is not something that is in our common practice.
All right, and in the past, have you testified in civil and criminal cases?
Yes.
All right. And in the criminal cases, have you ever been called by the prosecution?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, at this time, defense would ask to have this witness provide their opinion in the field of neuroradiology.
Any point here with this?
No, sir.
No, you allow that then?
Now, turning to this case, when were you first contacted?
So it was maybe 3 or 4 months ago, if I recall correctly. Could have been.
And what was the purpose that you were contacted?
There were some images on a patient and to review the images and what, if any, findings were there.
All right. And in this particular case, you did not order the images, correct?
Correct.
Now, what materials did you rely on in forming your opinion?
So there was an MRI of brain and there was a PET CT. That was what I looked at.
Did you receive any other records?
There was a few other, maybe a few other records that I saw, but not anything substantial.
All right. And why didn't, all right, you've explained that. You don't look at other records because you're focusing in on the imaging.
Correct.
Now, when you received the images in this case, did you receive any radiology report from the actual scanning facility?
I'm not sure that I did receive that. I don't think I did.
And again, you didn't write the order for the MRI exam or the PET scan, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you weren't present when these procedures were performed?
No.
And is that standard?
Yes.
All right. Then I'd like you to talk about the images that you received in this specific case. How did you receive those images?
They're on our PACS system. PACS is basically how a radiologist can scroll through images. They're electronically there, and I assume probably your office sent them. That's how we got them.
All right. And what is an image?
So the images are they different. MRI has different sequences, so it's not like a X-ray where you just get one image of your hand. MRI has different sequences. There's probably 5 or 6 and maybe up to 10 that all look at different things, and so you can scroll through them. Each sequence has 40-50 images, so you scroll through one and you're looking for a certain thing that sequence is good for. You go to the next sequence and do the same thing, and just go through it in that way.
Now, in terms of the, before I go to the MRI specific questions then, does it take longer to view images in a forensic case versus a clinical case?
You look at them the same way. I try to take your time, of course, on any case that you're reading, whether it's clinical or a forensic case, to be detailed and not rush through the images. I mean, you look carefully to see what findings there are. Forensic cases tend to be more time consuming because then, for example, in this case, I made a PowerPoint to show you all. So I mean, I wouldn't normally do that on a clinical case.
And I didn't ask you that. Could you just describe the difference between the forensic case and the clinical case?
Sure. So in a forensic case, a lot of times they'll have something to show your opinions. Sometimes you'll review if there's another radiologist that's also looked, you'll review what they said and see if you agree. Of course, sometimes you have trials or depositions. So and in the clinical cases, mostly you just have a written report, and it's maybe 1 or 2 pages, and then that's it. And so it's the work being involved in a forensic case you're doing. It's just more work.
Now, can you explain to the jury what an MRI scan is?
So MRI is the best way to look at the anatomy of the brain. It uses different technology than a CT scan, which is basically X-rays, and so you can really see in pretty good detail all a lot of the anatomy of the brain, and it's the best exam to really to look at a patient who has a variety of conditions. It's the gold standard to image the brain. It's the best imaging that we have to look at the brain.
And what does the MRI scan actually show?
Well, it shows the soft tissues very well. It shows the vessels. It shows the different compartments of the brain. You can look for any neurologic finding that any neurologic condition has certain findings that you look for, and then kind of put them together and make a have a differential or have a diagnosis or those types of things.
Now, turning to this particular case, did you prepare a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Your Honor, may defense present the PowerPoint at this time?
You may.
So, Dr. Snyder, the images on the that you're showing in this first one, it's fair to say that both of these are MRIs.
Yes, these are MRIs in two different planes. Image on the left is a side view, and the image on the right is a axial view, which is kind of taken through. So you're looking basically up at the patient, and the arrows pointing to the same thing.
So then, you could tell the jury what your findings are in this particular image.
Yeah, so the red arrow, first of all, these are, you can see that, well, maybe his name is on there, so we know that when it was scanned, who it was, date of birth and all that. So that's the writing on the top and on the left. And so this is called a flare sequence, FLAIR. And it's a type, MRI has many different sequences. This sequence is really the best overall to look at the overall brain in terms of what it was the best sequence that showed this finding. And so the red arrow is what I put on there. And it's pointing to that area of white there. And that's in the left parietal lobe. And so that's where it is, and that's the finding. And that's really, it's consistent with an area of scarring. It's not normal brain is there, it's scarring. And then also I put in there shearing, which is a traumatic finding, because that is another possibility for that.
All right, so the arrow, it's pointing to what you've identified as scarring or shearing.
Yes.
All right, and if you could explain to the jury the difference between scarring and shearing.
Well, so shearing is it is scarring. That's what that actually is. It's an area that's scarred of scarring, and then shearing is a cause. Shearing is one cause of scarring, and I'm not sure if that is actually a traumatic injury or not, but it is an area of scarring. So that's
And that answer that you just gave there, that you're not sure, is that kind of standard? You're just looking at the image and you identify it and pass it along for further evaluation?
Depends on the imaging findings. There's some findings that are strongly associated with maybe a cause or a condition, and others that are not. And this one is kind of, the findings in the left parietal lobe are a little bit unclear as to etiology. I mean, I have later on I'll show the reasons that I gave one possible cause of that, but yes.
And then, I didn't ask you this earlier, but in terms of an MRI, you've got two images here, but if you can explain, there's more than just the two images that are taken in an MRI.
Yeah, there's more. I just showed the best image. And also it's helpful to see an image in multiple planes. So we see it on the side view, and then we see it on the axial. And then when you see it in two views, and you say, okay, this is real. It's not an artifact, or it's not. I mean, it confirms it basically to show it in those 2 minutes.
All right, and to be clear, we're looking, the arrows point to the same spot, but on 2 different views.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, no worries. Right, and then turning to the second slide, what's if you could describe to the jury what's in this image?
Yeah, so the top image is showing 2 different views of 2 different areas. So it's not one is two areas of scarring that we see in the left parietal lobe. Those are the top 2. And those are the 2 side views showing the 2 different areas of scarring. And then the bottom image is showing one of them again. And then the other thing that the bottom image is pointing to is an area of volume loss in the left left parietal lobe. And could I approach the image just to show them?
Your Honor,
Absolutely.
yes.
Yeah, it's a little just to show what I'm talking about. I'll try to speak up for them. So this arrow here is pointing to that area of volume loss. And normally this is the ventricle, so this is fluid that's normal in the brain. And then this line coming here, it takes a little dip there. See how there's a little dip right where that scarring is. And so whatever has caused that scarring that we're seeing on that image, and this is a T2 image, which is the sequence is different than that. You can see it looks different, but it's complementary. And so that little dip there that we're seeing is some volume loss in the left parietal lobe, which is caused by whatever caused that scar. And it should just be a straight line. It should just go, just like the rest of it. And if you go to the other side of the brain, it's just a straight line. But on this side, on the left side, there's that little dip there that is related to that scar. So.
And is there anything else that you could add in this slide here, Doctor?
Well, I mean, one thing overall about MRI is when you see something like this, people always ask, well, what's the significance of it or what? But one of the context to look at this is that MRI is not very sensitive for brain injury. People that have mild traumatic brain injury, for example, only a fairly small percentage have any findings on MRI. And one analogy that's used is the tip of the iceberg analogy, meaning that you see something on MRI that I mean, you're not sure how much is underneath, but there's often other damage that's underneath because MRI is not as sensitive as we would like it to be, even with modern technology to look for brain injury. So that's kind of the context when I look at an image that you think about because of that fact. And when they look at these, sometimes they're not in trauma, but sometimes they'll do histologic examinations under microscopes, and they'll compare that to what's on the MRI. And oftentimes on the histologic examinations, you'll see more damage or more pathology that you're not seeing on the MRI.
Right, so the MRI is able to, again, with the thousands of images that you've looked at, you can identify an issue. But what you're describing is that whatever you're seeing is just the beginning of something that could be larger.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, but you don't know because the MRI is only giving you just the tip of the iceberg, as you said.
Yes, and you're not sure how much there is. I mean, maybe there could be maybe all there is what you're seeing on the MRI, but the study suggests that oftentimes there is more underlying.
And I'm sorry, the area that we're still on slide number 2, so this is on the left parietal lobe.
Yes.
So now looking at slide number 3, if you can walk the jury through what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so this is the other, he has really two imaging findings on the MRI. And we've seen one, the left parietal. This is a different region. So this is in the corpus callosum. And I just want, can I go up there again?
Yes, please.
Sorry. It's easier instead of, so the corpus callosum is this whole structure right here. See, it's a big fiber tract that connects the right brain with the left brain. It's pretty much the only fiber tract for intensive purposes that connects the right and left brain. And it should look like this. Like this is all normal. It should be. And then if you come here, there's that white area there. And then when we put it the axial right next there, this axial is taken right through the side view. So that's where that would be. And you see it on the axial too. So that's where it is. And it's similar to the left parietal findings that we saw there. It's an area of scarring it's called the genu is the name for the anterior part of the corpus callosum. And that's where it is. And the significance of this, or I guess the cause of this, is a little different. I mean, you could have a little stronger opinion on the cause of this, because that area in the corpus callosum, or the corpus callosum in general, is known to be affected in head trauma. And so I would, all things being equal, I'm not saying 100%, but I mean, there could be other causes besides trauma, but it's a pretty good, I think that would be the most likely cause, in my opinion, would be trauma in that area.
Now, what's the significance of trauma in the corpus callosum?
So it's, so the significance of it is that there are various studies that have looked at traumatic findings in different areas of the brain, and the corpus callosum is well known as, if you have a traumatic injury there, that you have a worse prognosis from the head trauma than if you don't. And some of those studies have looked at hemorrhages and other areas to look at. And the corpus callosum has the function of it, and we've done this in our own research as well, using feature tensor imaging. But it's well known that cognitive associations or cognitive symptoms have an association with corpus callosal injuries in head trauma. So that's what the significance of it. And then for his doctors or people that are examining him to see to what degree or what symptoms, if that fits with the clinical picture. In radiology, we call it clinical correlation.
So clinical correlation is something, again, so this is another example of tip of the iceberg, and clinical correlation can then investigate and see just how deep this injury is, or if it's impacting him at all.
Correct. Yes, and so that's the same. We see one area of scarring here, and MRI is only limited in sensitivity, so that is one thing to consider. And then yes, the clinical correlation to see how that is affecting them.
All right, and a moment ago when discussing that this is an area prone to head trauma, I think you said, are there any other possible causes to this type of injury?
Yes, there's other causes. I mean, it's kind of the rest of the causes are fairly broad, meaning multiple possible causes. I mean, I don't know if you want me to get into the list, but sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, it's there. I mean, there would be maybe some other causes, some sort of insult. Insult is also a vague term, but like that means that it's something that caused scarring.
And is it possible that these are things that could have occurred in youth, or drugs, or in utero?
Well, the one in the parietal lobe that we saw with that volume loss, that would be something that you might see from a congenital insult or in utero, or in, like, it'd be like a small stroke, that would be a decent possibility for that. This would be less likely, but that could be. Drug use is, I mean, if you could get maybe strokes if you're doing some kind of vasoconstricting that makes the blood vessels small for drugs, but most people that have drug use, there's no findings on imaging. The only findings on imaging, if someone's a long-term kind of hard drug user, 20, 30 years, you might see the brain get kind of smaller, something like that. Or if they overdose, you can get strokes, but not very common to see those findings.
All right, so I know the list is long, but at the end of the day, for you, it's just identifying, hey, it's kind of the tip of the iceberg, and then have other individuals or other experts come behind you and look into what's there.
Yeah, that's fair. And then but you give your best. I mean, this area is described well in head trauma, the parietal region with the volume loss and scarring. That, I mean, all things being equal, like a congenital insult would be close to the top for that one. So you give, instead of just describing the findings, you also want to give something to the clinician so they can have to correlate it with the patient.
You're going to point them in a direction then, based on your review. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yes.
You wouldn't give them the laundry list. You kind of narrow it down and say, hey, you might want to look into these areas.
Yes, but if I was to dictate a clinical case and I said there is an area of scarring in the genu, period, I might get a call and say, well, that's great, you saw it. What is it? What does it mean? What is it? What's the significance? What could be the cause? So I try to give them something, even if you're not 100% sure, to most likely the causes.
Now, turning to slide number 4, if you can describe what's here.
Yes, that's just, I think we already showed that the anatomy of it. Actually, I think those arrows, those red stars, let me go again. Yeah, I think when the PowerPoint shifted these are supposed to be here. So take those 2 stars and put them there. But that's just the anatomy of the corpus callosum, and those are supposed to be in the genu is where it is.
Meaning those 2 stars should be lower, nearer to the word genu to identify where it is on the brain.
Yeah, yes. I think when you make a pediatric change, yes.
And that pink area that we see on the slide on the image on the right of the slide is that entire pink area would be representative of the corpus callosum.
Yeah, that's just just an anatomic drawing showing that center on the side image, showing that kind of gray area in the center. That's what that represents, and has the medical names of each of those parts.
Now, turning to slide number 5, if you can first off explain to the jury what is a PET scan and what does PET actually stand for?
Yes, so the PET stands for positron emission tomography, and this is a scan where they give the patient, they inject the patient with sugar, and they put a radioactive tracer on the sugar, and so when it goes, the brain uses sugar. Sugar is kind of fuel for the body, and so the brain uses the sugar when the brain is thinking and processing and doing all the tasks. And so PET is done to look at metabolism, how the brain is functioning with the metabolism, and it's we use it for a variety of conditions, and so this is images, select images that I picked of his brain, and I can show you this is kind of the higher up in the brain. So this is taken about through the mid aspect of the brain. And this is the cortex, which is the outside of the brain, which is all yellow, which means it's more metabolically active. So it's using more of that sugar. And the areas in the basal ganglia, which are in the center, those are also, they contain gray matter, so they're more active. And then the white matter is a little less, and it's color coded so that the radiologist can look at that and say, is there symmetry? Is the brain processing metabolically normal? So this over here is all normal. And I included this because if I just showed something that was, abnormal, then it might have, it's nice to have a reference to why it would be. So this image on the right here is an actual image, but it's not through the mid part of the brain, it's through the skull base, and it's low. And this is in what's called the temporal lobes. And the temporal lobes are on like either side of the brain. They're kind of side lobes, to think of it. And you can see how everything is less than some of the areas up here. And this is in part because the skull base is a little thicker with bone. So you expect to see a little less than normal, but this is still, I was looking at this, there's still less than expected. And especially in the regions in the center there of the temporal lobes, which I've circled, and that's where there's structures, one of which is the hippocampus. There's also a structure called the amygdala that's in there. Those are just names of structures in those regions. So when I was looking at this and saw this, it looked more decreased than typical. So that was how I described it.
Now, those areas that you described, the hippocampus and the amygdala, what part or what system do they belong to?
So they're connected. They're right next to each other. It's part of what's called the limbic system. Is one of the tracks that connects all these areas, and that's involved in emotion. It's involved in those areas are involved in memory, and they have they have other functions too, but those are the kind of best described.
And what abnormalities specific to that system did you identify?
Well, there were decreased metabolic activity with the sugar as compared to everywhere else, pretty much in the brain. I did not see any other asymmetries or metabolic abnormalities besides that region. And then I also compared this to a normative type database, which is kind of helpful to see if you're you still trust what you see, but the database can be helpful to kind of add confidence, I guess.
All right, and why did you use a normative type of database to review Mr. Wilson's PET scan?
Well, that's what I do in my clinical practice. Every time I read a scan like this in my clinical practice, I send it to this database. So, I didn't want to do anything. That's just the standard practice, so that's what I did in this case.
And what comparison or what did that database tell you?
Well, I think I have a slide of it. Yes.
Sorry. If you could, I got ahead of myself. If you could describe what's in slide number 6.
Yeah. So this is the database that we sent this to. This is called it's called NIMS. It's just the name of it, and that's what we use at Simon Med. I'm not the only neuroradiologist. Pretty much all the neuroradiologists at Simon Med that read PET use this database to assess. And I can show basically what we're. This would have been a lot better to have. I don't know if you can see these numbers if they're too small, but these are Z-scores. And Z-scores means like how far you are below or above the mean. So if you're 50%, then your Z-score is basically 0. And then if you're 1 standard deviation, then that's 1. And then if you're 2 or 3 standard deviations, then it just means how far you are from the mean. So something that is 2 standard deviations, which is basically these numbers, and this one is 3 standard deviations. That means 2 standard deviations means that in 100 normal people, only 5 would be that low, just by chance over normal. And then 3 is something like 99. And so this report looked at a bunch of areas in the brain. These are the ones that they thought were that the database said were decreased. And these top four here, they kind of put them in order. And this is the amygdala and hippocampus, and they're on both sides. And that was what, I was also seeing on the PET images themselves. There's some other areas that are mentioned here. Some of those I couldn't really see that well on the scan. And so I wasn't confident to say that it was abnormal. I just kind of stuck to the ones that were strongest. So those are 2 or 3 standard deviations below the mean. It matches what I was seeing on the scan, so it gives you some confidence. But the other thing about this, and the reason I put a star here is so that I remembered to tell the jury, is that this normative database, it does contain patients that are older than Mark Wilson. So that's, it would be nice if the database was all patients his age. There's like 45 patients in it. They range in age from I think their youngest one is maybe 40, and then most of them are maybe in their 50s, 60s, or even or older too. So it's kind of the best we have to look at it, but that is a caveat that I want to be clear about. But it doesn't show any of the other areas. This PET looks at all the different lobes, and the only area that it's really identified as being quite decreased was the amygdala and hippocampus.
So a moment ago, Dr. Snyder, you mentioned that this is not a database just of 30-year-olds roughly around the age of Mr. Wilson, right?
Correct, it's older patients.
Right, so it's going into an older population, meaning there's some younger and then some older.
Correct, but the youngest person I think is 40.
All right.
I believe.
So, but Mr. Wilson's scan is still 2 to 3 standard deviations below, even though we're looking at a population that's older than him.
Correct, and that's, yes.
All right. Now, what other abnormalities, or I should say, what's the significance of the abnormalities that you see in the scans?
Well, the significance, I would probably defer to his
Sorry,
Yeah, we're gonna need to take a break.
I don't know what's going on, but we
I know
can.
what's going on, don't worry about it. How much more do you have with that?
Just 2 slides, last 2 slides, but we can,
Well, no, let's try to battle through this real quick. That's gonna take a while.
and thanks for saying you
Thank
can't.
you, ma'am. Yes, if you could just speak up, doctor, go ahead.
Can I suggest a short break, or how long is that?
We can, if you can
Maybe
just
one.
kind of speak up, I think we'd probably be okay if you could speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Just for the record, they're doing plumbing work.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. So Mr. Snyder.
I'll turn up the witness's microphone a little bit and yours as well, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. As long as you don't think I'm yelling at you guys.
All right, so this is Dr. Snyder. You had just mentioned that the population in that database is significantly older than Mr. Wilson, but he's still 2 to 3 standard deviations below, even though we're dealing with an older population.
Right, and you're asking me about the significance.
Yes. The last question was the abnormalities. What's the significance of those?
Yeah, so as I was saying, I would defer to his doctors could get, you see the results of this and then determine if that correlated with symptoms that he may have. But the area that we would be, that the function of the hippocampus and the amygdala is emotion and memory. So those would be things that they could assess him for to see see what kind of impact these findings would have on it.
Okay, and then in terms of what's the impact, or what are those abnormalities indicative of?
That there's a hypometabolism, that area is not processing sugar as typical, as typical.
All right, and after you read the scans, do you recommend, well, I think you do, after you read those scans, you recommend clinical correlation?
Yes, depending on the imaging finding, but this is one finding I would recommend.
All right, and after leaving, so in other words, is it fair to say that you're leaving it to another expert to see if Mr. Wilson's symptoms match the brain damage that you see in these scans?
Yeah, I would defer to them to see the significance of these findings.
Meaning if there is memory or emotional dysregulation, you're not here to say that you would leave that for someone else.
Right, but if there was, it would be consistent with this finding, if there was.
Are you testifying for free today?
No,
And how much do you charge per hour?
350.
All right. And is it fair to say that your time in the courtroom would take up your time in the office doing forensic or other clinical work?
Yes.
And how many hours have you spent on this case?
So I was looking today at the billing before I came in here, and I think I've spent maybe $5,000 is what I've compiled so far, roughly.
And what, and I apologize if you answer this, but on review of Mr. Wilson's images, were there abnormalities based on the PET scan?
Yes, we were discussing.
All right. Now turning to the final slide, can you describe or explain to the jury what is demonstrated in this image, or these two images?
This is an anatomic. This is not his brain. These are just kind of showing the function of the limbic system, how these structures are connected. That's what the hippocampus looks like. There's the fornix attaching. And the amygdala is right adjacent to it. Yeah, just real quick.
So that PET scan we saw was taken right through here on the axial, which is where the hippocampus is and the amygdala. So that was the area that was kind of on that PET that we saw. And this is just how they're connected, and those are the known functions. I mean, that's they teach you that in medical school. It's not anything controversial what the functions of this area are.
All right, and so this is just a diagram showing what this part of the brain looks like, meaning the limbic system.
Yes.
But in here, there's no identifying markers as to where the injuries were or the scarring, shearing that you saw in the MRI or the PET scan.
No, the scarring is in a different area. Those white scarring is not in the limbic system. That's the different. Those are different areas. So this was just for the PET.
All right, thank you. One moment, Your Honor. So, Dr. Snyder, can you provide a summary or just identify your findings for Wilson's imaging?
Yeah, so I think the bottom line of the imaging I looked at is this, that there is two areas of scarring in the left parietal lobe. There is some mild volume loss adjacent to those areas of scarring. And then there's a separate area of scarring in the parietal findings are the cause is unknown. Congenital insult would be or in utero insult, or would be one cause. And then the corpus callosum has an area of scarring in the anterior part in the genu, and that would be most consistent with head trauma. And then the third finding is that the PET exam shows that there is some decreased metabolism in the center of the temporal lobe on both sides, which is predominantly in the region of the hippocampus and the amygdala, and which was further supported by that normative database. And functions of that are memory and emotion typically, and in the corpus callosum that it has association with cognitive. And all these findings are just imaging findings. They need to be correlated by his doctors for the cause and also effect on him.
Now, in reviewing the scans, your knowledge and information about Mr. Wilson's prior conviction, that would not be taken into account in your opinion, meaning the reason why he's in court today and the conviction that he received last week.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
And then is it possible that the abnormal findings in Mr. Wilson's brain could have no effect on his behavior at all?
It's possible.
And is it also possible that the abnormal findings on his brain could have significant or meaningful effect on his behavior?
Yes.
And is it also possible for someone to suffer a brain injury, such as a concussion or a TBI, traumatic brain injury, and have no long-term effects at all?
Possible. Yes.
And is it also possible that someone can have a brain injury, again, looking to a concussion, and have serious long-term effects?
Possible, yes.
And what can frontal lobe abnormalities be associated with?
Well, the frontal lobe, that corpus callosum that we saw with that kind of sausage-shaped connector in the middle of the brain, in the front, we said it connects. It's the only big fiber tract that connects the left and right hemisphere, and because it's in the front, it's predominantly connecting the frontal lobe, which is the right and left frontal lobe in the front, which is where that scarring is. So the question was, what are the functions of the frontal lobe? The frontal lobe has a variety of symptoms, but executive function is one known. Personality, there's a variety. It has some memory, inhibition, and maybe the other doctors probably would know more than me about in terms of total possibilities and if he has any of those.
And again, Mr. Wilson's legal circumstance has no effect or not taken into account by you in reviewing these records,
No,
or these images, I should say.
yeah, correct. They would still be the same, no matter what.
Now, in some, with a reasonable degree of neuroradiological certainty, in taking the evidence that you have from these scans of the images together, are there abnormalities present in Mr. Wilson's brain?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
What do you expect process to be?
I think maybe just 15 minutes at both, Judge.
I can see that.
Yes, sir. Hey, Doc, how you doing?
Hey, good.
So just so we're clear, there is no doctor that recommended Mr. Wilson get this brain scan if it was done only for the purpose of this trial, right? For this purpose. You didn't see another doctor with any sort of prescription, hey, we need to have him looked at, there's issues, right?
I mean, you would, to have the imaging done, you need a referral from a doctor. And I don't, you could ask whoever sent it what their purpose was.
Right, you've done these multiple times. You testified 6 or 7 times in death penalty cases, right?
Yes, I think so.
Well, you told us in your deposition you did. Does that sound about right?
Well, I was including, sometimes I'm not sure if so sometimes they may not be death penalty cases. They may be just, they may be criminal cases, but it's not death penalty. And I'm, so.
Okay. Let me ask you though, in all those cases that you've testified, it's always been for the defense 100% of the time, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you're hired by the defense in death penalty cases and those other criminal cases, correct?
Yes.
Right. So in your experience, you receive these cases, it's not that they're referred by a doctor, like someone said, oh my God, this hospital, we need to refer him to be looked at. He goes to get scans and then it's sent to you specifically, right?
In this case, yes.
Right, so if there was an injury, he would have went to a local hospital and they would refer it out to their radiologist to look at, correct?
Well, I don't think, I mean, it's not he wasn't referred for acute injury. I mean, that's not what we're seeing anyway. But,
right, so when Ms. Peoples is saying that him being here for his criminal conviction has nothing to do with you testifying, it actually does have all to do with you testifying, because he wasn't referred for an injury to go to a hospital for any acute injury, right?
Well, I think what she was saying is it doesn't change the imaging findings. And I mean, it changes that I'm here, of course, but.
Right, so of your opinion, it doesn't change it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a few questions. Coming here, so you've charged $5,000 so far, but to come here and testify, I would assume your time is valuable. We're talking another $5,000, $10,000?
No, not it. I mean, it's by kind of hourly for travel. And I was here, I was actually visiting my parents who were in Jacksonville anyway, so I wasn't So I probably won't charge for that, but it'd be coming here, the preparation, all that, maybe another, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 at the most, yeah, something like that.
And you've been a radiologist for 6 or 7 years, right?
Um,
Since 15, you got out of fellowship?
Yeah, 2015, so 7 years.
Right. And let's talk specifics about Mr. Wilson's brain scan. First off, you showed the jury, we'll start backwards. You showed the jury the PET scan and the CAT scan together, right? The colored one?
Yes.
And you added all those fancy colors, the reds and the yellows, right?
I mean, I didn't add it, that's how they're read. Yeah.
Okay, so when you received them from the imaging place here, they were in those colors?
Well, they were in a grayscale, which you can't, it's tough to interpret that. So you have to turn it, I mean, every radiologist at Simon Med, we don't read them from the grayscale. You just it's just switching the shade so you can see it better.
Right, so let me ask you this though. The manufacturer though, they set it out and they put it out in grayscale, right?
Right.
Right, and the manufacturer does that for a specific reason, right?
It's just their standard way how they're done, yeah.
So you think that they make millions of dollars selling a product, they're not gonna add like color to it to sell it better? You think there's no purpose for them making it grayscale?
Objection, Your Honor, Young, so.
No, the grayscale, you don't have to answer that one.
So the purpose, it comes from the manufacturer in grayscale, correct?
Yes.
And many radiologists across the country read it in grayscale, correct?
I would say it's a minority. Most people, you put it in everywhere I've trained and seen, the colors just, you see it better. I mean, it's easier to interpret. Maybe some people might, but I think it's challenging.
Okay, but the manufacturer doesn't put it out in color. That's something you add special by putting it in this program you want, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not something I add that's unique to me. It's just what's done to it.
When you received the scan, it was in black and white, correct?
Yes.
You didn't read it in black and white like it comes from the manufacturer, correct?
Objection,
No.
that's an answer.
I mean, that would be suboptimal in my opinion.
Okay, so you didn't. The answer is you did not.
No.
Okay, let's talk about the MIMS. So Ms. Peoples asked you that, and just so the jury understands, when we're talking about the MIMS, isn't that it's a control group that you compare Mr. Wilson's results to try and see if there's problems with him, correct?
Yes.
Right, exactly. So Mr. Wilson over here is 30, 31 years old, and you're comparing his results to a minimum of a 40-year-old, 50, 60, there's even 80-year-olds in that system, right?
Yes.
Right, so you're comparing someone his age to someone who's much older at times, correct?
Right.
Right, and you would agree that when people age, their brain functions change dramatically, as we know from different sort of diseases people have, and just in general. And when people get older, their brain functioning slow down and they change. You would agree with me, right?
To some extent, yes. I mean, it's.
So you're saying that someone who has a 20-year-old brain is functioning the same as a 80-year-old person's brain?
No, they're different with the aging processes, yes.
Right, so my exact example for you is you're comparing his brain to people who may have had functions throughout their life that have slowed down their brain, correct?
Yes, it's not the ideal comparison, which is why I said that to them.
Right,
Yeah.
I know you said
That's why I put the asterisk there to make sure that I didn't forget to tell them that.
Right, but we need to explain it so they understand that you're comparing his brain to people who are substantially older than his brain.
Right.
Right, to come up with your standard deviation. Ms. People said he's still 2 standard deviations, but that standard deviation is a 30-year-old up to a 60 or 70-year-old, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's start talking about the MRI a little bit. You said that in his, I think it's the left parietal.
Yes.
The left parietal, that there's two little white dots, right?
You describe them that way, yes.
And we saw them on the screen. They're little in comparison to the full brain, right?
Yes.
Pretty darn small.
Yes.
You'd agree. So, you said that there's some minimal volume loss. Is that the word you used?
Mild.
Mild.
That's what I said.
What percentage of volume loss is there?
I mean, I don't really think of it that way. There's a area of volume loss by the ventricle. I don't know what percentage of it. I just described it.
So you would agree, though, that, you know, we're not talking about 50% volume loss. We're not talking about 25% volume loss. We're talking about a very minimal, small amount, according to you.
Yes, it would be, yeah, it would certainly not be 50%. That would be dramatic and less getting into 20, less than 25, sure.
You would even agree it's probably less than even 3% of loss.
I'm not sure about that, but it's small, yeah.
Okay. And those injuries there, or the scarring or the shearing that you saw, that could be related to trauma, right?
Yes, or some kind of congenital insult.
Right. So I'm going to take you through all that. So just, it could be related to the trauma, right?
Yes.
But it also could be related to some other insults, right?
Yes.
And we all don't know what that means. Can you tell us what's an insult?
Insult means that there's a stroke, basically. That stroke from sometimes in utero, there can be various causes of that, or you know, other causes.
And you, as you sit here as a radiologist, a neuroradiologist, you can't tell us what the cause of those little shearing and little scarring is, could you?
Not in the parietal lobe. I mean, I gave my best kind of thought on it, but
Could be related to drugs, like overuses of drugs.
Unlikely, but possible.
Right, you've seen it before in your experience, right?
Yeah, if you have an acute stroke from, if you have an overdose on drugs and you have an acute stroke, it can happen, but most of the times people they know it happened. You know, they're in the hospital, they have like imaging that shows all this stuff, and you do see that.
Right, but it could be related to drug usage, right?
Possibly.
Yes, sir. And you would agree that you can't say any of those two white dots in the parietal lobe, that any of those affected his cognitive functioning, could you?
Parietal lobe doesn't have a lot of cognitive, it may have some, so I mean, I would probably defer to his doctors on that.
Right, so as you sit here today, you can't really say any impact those two little dots have on Mr. Wilson, can you?
What's in the parietal lobe? So the left parietal lobe would be what would be assessed for any abnormalities, and that would be most likely would be the things to look for.
Yeah, but you can't testify as you sit here today that there's any issues with the way he functions based on that, can you?
Oh, no, that's for the
Right.
Yeah, the clinical correlation.
Okay, and then let's talk about the corpus callosum.
Yeah, yes.
Went to that law school. In that, sir, it could be from trauma, correct?
Yes.
But there's also other reasons it could be there, correct? You can't say as you sit here today it's from trauma, could you?
Most likely, I think it's from trauma, but there are other, not 100%.
So just listen to my question. As you sit here today, you can't say it is from trauma, can you, sir?
No, not effectively.
Right, because there could be other explanations for why that's there, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, and we also saw that's like another little white dot, right?
Yes.
You'd agree it's not a really large spot on the corpus callosum.
Well, the corpus callosum isn't that. I mean, it was a white dot, but the whole thing was not that big. So I mean, it's and we talked about the sensitivity of MRI. So but that's what it is.
Right. So we saw it. It was a little spot. So it's not that big in comparison. Are you saying here today that was that's a big spot on the corpus callosum?
No, I'm just saying it's a small white dot, but the corpus callosum is not that big either.
Well, it's substantially bigger than the small white dot, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So it's just a small little portion of the corpus callosum.
It's a small portion of the whole corpus callosum. It's a larger portion of the anterior part of it. So,
Okay.
But
So as you sit here today, you can't say whether or not that abnormality that you say is there, whether or not that affects his functioning in any way, can you?
it'd be same answer as,
Right. So you're just giving these, like you were telling these people, like it could be this could be issues, but you cannot relate any of that to Mr. Wilson as you testify here today, correct?
No, I mean, the only thing I discussed was that the cognitive associations from corpus callosum damage are that's what's been described in the literature the most.
It could, right, but you don't know if it does on him, do you?
No, defer to his doctors.
And people can have brain scans like this, those two brain scans and have no cognitive functioning issues at all, can't they?
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, you read what? 70 a week, so that's a lot. Okay.
I think I read more than that, actually.
Well, I think 70 over weekend.
Oh, this week was a bad week, but yes.
Right, so you read lots of these, so you would agree that not every ones you read have cognitive functioning issues, right?
Correct.
And even if somebody has cognitive functioning issues, meaning that they have an issue, not everyone is like majorly cognitive functions. Like there's a gradient of it. Like someone could be really minor cognitive functioning all the way up to highly cognitive functioning, right?
Correct.
And someone with minor cognitive functioning, it can have a very minimal effect on their life on an everyday basis, correct?
Correct.
And you showed us that CAT scan and PET scan, but PET scans and CAT scans are generally not utilized for the purpose that we are here in court. Is that correct? That's not what they were designed for, is it, sir?
In terms of for litigation or what?
What is the purpose of a CAT and PET scan? What do doctors who actually prescribe those, what are the diseases they prescribe those to look into?
There's a wide variety of things you use them for. The most common, I think, is Alzheimer's. That's what it's used for. And then also for tumors, you can use it for that. And then there's a variety of neurodegenerative conditions that you look at it. And there's other ones too. So but Alzheimer's would be the most common. But
correct. You agree with me that when PET scans and CAT scans were, I don't know if they go together. You can tell us, but did they go together, PET and CAT together, or are they super separate ones that are fused together?
They're better together. You can do them separately, but then it helps interpretation to have them together.
And you would agree that 99.9999999% of the purpose of those is to diagnose medical issues that people are presently treating, right? You'd agree that doctors use it for cancer, for Alzheimer's, for other mental functioning issues, that they're trying to treat an issue.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, and in very rare occasions, just basically when someone's sitting in Mr. Wilson's position, are these CAT scans and PET scans used for this purpose, correct?
I'm not sure why it was ordered. I mean, you're saying it's for litigation. I mean, I would ask whoever ordered it, why they did it, why they ordered it. I mean, I'm not sure.
I'm sure you had a conversation with Ms. Peoples and she said, hey, I have a criminal defendant. I need you to see if his brain has any issues, right?
Well, what's the objection?
You're on the scope and he's asking if this is your.
I couldn't hear what you said. Sorry, can you repeat it?
Be on the scope and ask and answer. This is
It has been
your
asked.
question.
Let's move on.
Can the CAT or PET scans that you're talking about, can they provide a quantitative prediction of violent behavior?
Not that I'm aware.
So just if someone has a brain scan like where you're talking about, that's not going to predict whether or not someone's going to be violent, right?
Not that I'm aware. No, it's not.
And let me ask you this, Doc. Someone who has an abnormality with their frontal lobes, like we're talking about, that doesn't mean they're going to go out and kill people, right?
No.
Right. And you would agree with me that a vast majority, if not, 99.99% of people with these abnormalities don't go out and kill people, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's ask and answer and be on the scope direct.
I don't think that.
I didn't ask that question, but it's a different question.
Yeah, you've actually asked two questions. Break them down into one question at a time, we'll see at different subjects.
Okay. Would you agree, doctor, that a vast majority of people with these abnormalities don't go out killing folks?
Objection, beyond scope of direct and beyond his
Sustain.
I mean, I'm
Anyway, sustaining, you know, the answer.
oh, sorry.
And just so we make it clear, as we sit here today, you cannot give any expert opinion on whether or not any of the things that you saw on this stand affect the functioning of Mr. Wilson in any way, can you, sir?
I defer to his doctors. So
So
no.
the answer would be no.
No.
Thank you.
Reader?
very briefly, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Dr. Snyder, addressing the reviewing of the PET scan, that was in color,
Yes, the images I showed were colored.
and you are not only looking at thousands of images over the year, but you also teach,
Yes,
right? And is it part of your experience as board certified that these scans you look at in color?
yes. I mean, that's how they're done in my clinical practice. I mean, if I tried to read it in grayscale, when I'm used to for 7 years looking at it in color, I would probably make a mistake or something. I mean, I wouldn't know how to, it's just, you're not trained in it. I wasn't trained with that skill.
Not just, and then it's also, it sounds like at this time in 2022, it's best practices to look at it in color.
That's my opinion, yes. And that's how we do it. I mean, we have 15 radiologists assigned in that. It's how they look at it.
In color.
Yes.
So it wasn't something that you did special in Mr. Wilson's case.
No.
And then in terms of the, so your opinion then that a brain injury can cause long-term effects and sometimes it doesn't. And that's why you need the correlative studies done, clinical correlation.
Correct.
Okay. So you have no opinion as to whether this is impacting memory, behavior, or anything of that nature?
Defer to his doctors.
And then is it fair to say that generally speaking, not in specifics, that the older the population, that there is some degrading of brain function?
I think that's, fair. Yeah, that you develop, the brain sometimes will get smaller atrophy, and you may start to get some white matter changes as you age.
In generality.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at a deviation from this database, it's a deviation coming lower than that database. Is that fair?
Yes, it was less than below the mean, yes.
Meaning this individual is doing less than or is showing results less than an older population.
That's correct, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you excusable?
Yes.
All right, thank you, doctor. You can step down and you're excused. Appreciate your time. All right, this is a good time to take our lunch recess. So we will take a break, members of the jury, until 1:30. At this point, remember, please don't discuss this case among yourselves or anyone else while you're on recess. Please leave your notes on your seat there, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
All right, next order, please.
Don't worry about it, man. We'll find it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. And you can take up the separate hearing that conduct between now and 1:30. Won't be related to this case at all. So I'm going to be changing over the feed for those that are watching it remotely to a different feed for today. We'll come back on at 1:30. Thank you. See you all then. Visually get this next. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Have a good lunch. Have a good lunch.
Yeah.
Actually,
I know, it's awful. I'll bring over when I'm head out. Might as well. Oh, gosh. Okay. I'll be right back.
UMC has some states, because I think they left all their stuff here.
That's fine.
All right.
So you'll just email
Here,
that?
yeah, grab some states.
Hey, my wife, she's on medical science liaison school. Don't break for lunch or. This is a lot, right? Sam, I have, I might just have his girlfriend and daughter, just have support and what he does.
Right.
So.
It's fine, it's kind of like a 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Are you gonna do?
Wow.
I'm smiling at you. Yeah. Smile doesn't necessarily mean you're happy, it just means you're smiling.
Did you spend lunch together?
Oh, intermittent fasting. Which is actually good for you.
That's what I hear.
It is, it's 16 hours, but it's sometimes a week, it's for the dementia.
Right here.
That's good.
It's not, I mean, it's nothing surprising.
Not as much.
So then goes forward, if you have any questions.
I guess we did.
Attorney, under no circumstances do you turn around, address the public.
So I'm gonna, just.
All right, it's going back to session. I don't know how we're going tonight.
Cut you next time.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go back on the record. Parties are here present, defendant is present, jury is not currently in. Do we need to take up anything before we bring the jury back in?
Just check the logs, just have her on standby, or you're logging her in, so I don't need to.
Yeah, I'm holding her in the waiting room right now unless you wanted to observe any of the testimony.
No, she's a civilian.
Okay,
And then Dr. Croft will also be appearing on sample.
very well, thank you. I do have I have another device. Ms. Griffiths is trying to get them to identify themselves. It's just listed by the device name, Samsung something.
Yeah, I was focused.
All right, are you ready, students?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead then and bring the jury in. They're all listening.
Mr. Pedestal. No, because he's from morning. Yeah, he's from this morning, so call him first and then we'll say.
Yep. On.
It's underway.
Yep.
You want me to, or the, I don't know.
Okay. Your Honor, I just had a conversation. We'll call Kelsey over to do it first.
Okay. If you want to go and get your computer set up.
Do you have Travis right after her?
No, we'll. Hold on.
He's in the waiting room also.
What's the logging now?
Oh, it's, it should actually be saved on the computer at this point, but 943 7424 4341.
943 7424.
4341.
There's an additional. Yeah. Do you ever subject about making the government part of the record?
I did, but it's too.
Okay.
And I don't have a PowerPoint for any of the other witnesses today.
Let's check Ms. Milbury's audio while we're waiting. The jury's finishing processing through the background there. So go ahead and get Ms. Milbury and make sure that she can hear us. Ms. Belver, if you could unmute your audio and your video, please. Here we go.
Hello.
All right, is the jurors in the courtroom, please?
Thank you. Please be seated.
Sorry. Defense calls Kelsey Bilberry, but just one brief a moment, Your Honor. Kelsey, if you can close the door to the room that you're in, because we can hear the background.
You could hear the kids. Okay, I'm gonna have to go in a different room. I'm in my office. Give me 1 second then.
And for the record, the jurors are again.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay, had to come into my son's room.
we understand.
All right, thank you. Ms. Bilberry, this is Judge McGillen. Are you currently in a state other than Florida, correct?
Correct, I'm in Arizona.
All right, do you consent to being placed under oath by video device?
Yeah, that's correct. That's fine.
You could raise your right hand then. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Stevens.
What is your full name
Kelsey Bilberry,
and your date of birth?
4/10/93.
And how far did you go in school?
I graduated high school.
And what do you do for employment?
I own First Opinion HVAC.
Okay. And can you describe your family today for the jury?
Yeah, I'm married. I have 3 beautiful children. I own 2 businesses. I have beautiful life now.
Right. And how do you know Mark Wilson Jr.?
He was my stepbrother.
And what was he like?
Well, we weren't very close. I did not like him very much. You know, we lived together. We just did what we had to do to survive at the time together. So about it.
And what do you know about his situation today?
I don't know much and I don't like it or agree with it. I'm just here because I got called to testify and tell my childhood. So
And the childhood that you had in common with Mark Jr.?
yes.
All right. Do you remember the first time you met him? And that's Junior.
Yes. Yeah, I call him Junior. Yeah, my mother brought him and Mark Senior over for a slumber party at our apartments.
And where was that?
Westgate Apartments,
In the city and state?
Arizona, Tucson, Arizona.
Right. And who was Mark Wilson Sr.?
He was my stepdad.
And what was Senior like at first?
He was great at first. He was nice. He seemed caring. And then it was just to suck my mom in.
Say that last part again.
I said I feel like it was just to suck my mom into the relationship to make it seem like he was a good man.
I was trying to suck your mother into the relationship. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what happened between, or your mother and Senior, did they get married?
They did get married.
All right. And fair to say that there's this new family. So you can describe to the jury all the members of this new family between Mark Senior and your mother.
Well, the new family, I wouldn't really call it a family. It was my mom and my stepdad, Mark Senior, were heavy on drugs. Mark Senior was also a heavy alcoholic. There was a lot of violence, a lot of drug use, alcohol use, abuse going on. That was pretty much our family.
Now, there's your mother, and you didn't state her name. What was her name?
Nadine Wilson.
And can you tell the jury about your brothers with Nadine?
My brother's with Nadine? What do you mean?
Meaning Mark Jr. is your stepbrother, and his got a different mom, but you have brothers with Nadine, right?
Yeah, so I have two older brothers, Travis Bilberry and Cody Bilberry, same mom and dad, and then Junior was our stepbrother, different mom and different dad.
All right, and that was Travis Bilberry and Cody?
Correct.
All right, go ahead. Stop in a second.
Okay, now, originally the family was living at the Westgate Apartments, you said, and that's in Tucson, Arizona?
Correct.
And from there, where did you move?
Way too many places to count.
All right, what states did you move to? Or what states were you moving back?
I know we started in Tucson, from Tucson to Oklahoma.
Hang on. Sorry.
One moment, Kelsey.
We went from Tucson.
If you could turn the volume up on
Because when it was over here earlier, it was able to be heard.
Can you hear us now, Ms. Bilberry? She's frozen.
But then it gets the echo when I do, it starts echoing.
You just lost the connection.
Recorded.
That's better than I turned it up here, because that's the.
Can you hear us now, Ms. Bilberry?
Yeah, I believe I can.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Kelsey, thanks for being patient. You know, I'm not the best with these, this device, so. You're
Yeah,
moving.
no, you're fine.
All right, so you said you're moving more times than you could count. I'm not gonna ask you for every city, but could you give us the states that you're moving a lot in?
Yeah, Arizona and Oklahoma.
Okay, and when you're moving around, earlier you said that Senior was a lot of drugs and your mom, a lot of drugs, a lot of alcohol. How many car accidents were you involved with Senior and the family?
Too many to count.
Okay, and who was in the car when you had all these car accidents?
Myself, Travis Jr., my mother, Mark Sr., and every now and then my oldest brother, Cody.
And who is driving for most of those car accidents?
Mark Sr.
Okay, and I know you're an adult now, but looking back, why were there so many car accidents?
Probably because they were either high on drugs, drunk, or they were fighting severely and were distracted.
All right. Can you tell the jury about the big car accident on the way to Lake Mountain? I'm sorry, White Mountain Lake.
White Mountain, yeah. So we were driving from Tucson. We were moving to the White Mountains. So we left Tucson. We were almost to Mammoth, Arizona, and Mark
Kelsey?
Sr. was driving. My
Kelsey,
oldest brother,
before-
Cody. Can you hear me?
Kelsey? Yeah, I need you to slow down because the court reporter is having a little bit. Okay.
Sorry.
It's
Okay.
Just take your time. So you're in the car and go ahead.
We were driving to the White Mountains. We were almost, there was Mark Senior was in the driver's seat. My oldest brother, Cody, was in the passenger seat. Myself, Junior, Travis, and my mother were all in the back seat with the seats folded up. We weren't buckled or anything. We were driving, we were almost to Mammoth, Arizona, and Mark Senior fell asleep at the wheel with his foot on the gas. And we reached 90 miles per hour going through the mountains and hit the guardrail, almost went off the cliff. And the paramedics came, the truck was totaled. Myself,
Can I interrupt you one more
my
time?
brother Cody broke.
What happened to the truck?
The truck was totaled. The truck was totaled, and we ended up going by ambulance back to Tucson. No one was hurt except for my old Cody broke his leg.
Do you say Cody
and-
broke his leg?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, why were you
And-
moved to that area?
I'm not sure if Mark Senior wanted to get away from people or if he knew drug people up there. He did not move to work, that's for sure, because he didn't have a job, a steady job up there at all. So I'm assuming it was probably because we got evicted, or he was moving to get away from people that he provided money to.
Kelsey, one moment. Your Honor, can I ask her to turn off her video? Because sometimes the audio does function a little better.
Anybody have any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
All right, Kelsey, if you could shut down just your video, I'm gonna press a button that's gonna do that here. Then we'll be
Sure.
able to move you still.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
So you were saying why the move and that Mark wasn't working. When you went to Arizona, what area were you living in? I'm sorry, when you moved to Oklahoma, what areas were you living in?
We lived in, it was called Cedar Lake, Oklahoma.
Okay. And what schools did you attend in Arizona?
Arizona, I attended Centennial Elementary. My brothers attended Flowing Wells High School.
And Kelsey, could you say the first school again?
Yeah, Centennial.
And then what schools did you attend in Oklahoma?
Hinton Elementary.
Now, can you explain to the jury how you would get to school in the morning?
So sometimes, wait, are you referring to Arizona or Oklahoma?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, we would either take the bus or sometimes my parents would us.
And when there wasn't money for gas, what would they do?
In Tucson, they would have us go to a gas station and ask people for money, or we just wouldn't go to school.
And what about in Oklahoma? How did you guys get to school when there wasn't money for gas?
We either didn't go or we took the bus.
How much school do you think you missed over the years?
Way too much to count.
All right, and I'm talking specifically the years that you were living with senior and junior.
Way
The-
too much to count. All
So
my
you-
other years, we went to school just fine.
Meaning the years that you weren't with senior and your mother.
Correct.
Now, can you describe to the jury the periods of time where your parents, meaning senior and your mother, were not home? What were those days like?
Yeah. So they would leave sometimes 2 days to a week at a time. So during that time period, we would have to fend for ourselves to school, feed ourselves, clothe ourselves. We would pretty much do whatever, we wanted because we were kids, but we had to survive on our own during that time.
How were you guys eating when your parents were gone for days or a week at a time?
So we would either have to steal for food or we would go fishing, catch what we eat. And or sometimes we would have some neighbors that were nice enough to feed us as well.
Now, your parents are gone for days at a time and you're going to the neighbors. Did the teacher say anything about you kids being alone for long stretches of time?
No, which they probably should have. I'm not sure why they never said anything.
How did you guys go to school in terms of, did you have clean clothes?
No, we were very dirty, actually. Dirty, scrawny. Like it was obvious that we were not being taken care of, to the point to where even other kids noticed it and would bully us because we were dirty, you know?
Now, I asked you about the teachers. What about the neighbors? Did they ever say anything about the condition that you kids were in, or the lack of food in the home?
No, even our neighbors were or drug addicts. They did care enough to sometimes beat us, but they never cared enough to stop the situation.
Kelsey, I'm sorry, I'm going to need you to repeat that answer. What did you say about the neighbors?
I said the neighbors were all either drunk or drug addicts as well. They never cared enough to stop the situation, but they did care enough to feed us at times.
They didn't care enough to what at times?
To stop the situation, but they did care enough to feed us at certain times.
All right. Now, do you remember any of the kids in the neighborhoods that you were moving back and forth to? Were any of the kids huffing?
Yeah, there was one situation I remember. Junior was huffing and my oldest brother, Cody. I don't recall anything else regarding that situation, but I do remember it happening at one time.
Now, your mom married Junior. Do you remember your mom married Senior. Do you remember the year?
I don't remember the year.
All right. And would say 99 to 2003 sound about right?
99 to 2004.
Meaning those are the years that you were with your mother?
Yes.
And Junior and everyone else under your mom and Mark Senior?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, 99 to 2004?
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
Now, it's 2022. Is your mother still married to Mark Senior?
She is, unfortunately. She tried to go to Oklahoma to divorce him. She went there, filed the paperwork, paid for the divorce, and then she had to come back due to he has cancer and she has cancer appointments. So Mark Senior had to just sign the paperwork and he refused.
All right, so I think you were saying that your mom had traveled up. Where did she travel to get the divorce papers signed?
El Reno, Oklahoma.
What's the city?
El Reno.
El Reno.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did Mark sign the divorce papers?
No, he refused.
He refused?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. How does your mom feel about Mark Senior today? And I need you to speak a little bit slowly so that we don't lose the feed.
Your objection and relevance based on hearsay?
It's tying into part of the reason why she's not here to testify on.
This is also hearsay. It's not a certain truth of the matter because it's the effect on her, so I don't know.
All right, Kelsey, take your time and explain how your mother feels about Senior today.
She is terrified of him. She hates him. She wants nothing to do with him. She wouldn't testify today because she was scared for her life. Actually, it's very traumatizing to her and to everyone in the situation. She's afraid for us testifying as well. She hates him.
And I think you were saying that your mother's in fear of you coming to Florida to testify because of Senior.
That's correct.
All right. Now, those years that you lived with your mother and Senior, what violence did you observe?
A lot. I've seen Mark Sr. dragged my mom across the floor by her hair. I've seen him break her arm. I've seen Mark beat
Kelsey, I need you to stop again. I believe the
my
court
mom
reporter,
up so bad that I was afraid she would die.
one second.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me? Just one moment.
Sure. Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's just I know the court reporter is not getting this. So you said that you've seen your mother being dragged by her hair and also the broken arm. And then I
I've
think that's where
seen
go ahead.
I've seen her beaten so bad that I was afraid for her life. She's probably had almost every bone broken in her body.
And how many of her ribs have been broken over the years by Senior?
13.
All right. And how many times was her nose broken by Senior?
Too many to count. It was broken once and was crooked, and then broken a few more times and ended up back into place.
And what were you and your brothers doing when all this violence happened?
We would scream at them and try to stop them, but we were too little to do anything.
Right. Now, what have you learned about this entire situation between your mother and Senior that you were exposed to, along with Cody and Travis and Mark Jr.?
I've learned exactly who not to be. I learned how to care for my kids, how to make them my number one priority. I learned that I would never put my kids or myself through a situation like that ever again.
And that was ever again?
Correct.
All right. Now, you've learned that, but your brothers had some issues with law enforcement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Cody, when he went to prison, what did you do for the family?
I took his son in. I raised his son from the time he was 1 to almost 3 years old. His son was gonna go to the state and no one else would take him, so I took him in and I taught him how to walk and eat because he has a lot of medical issues. We had to feed him through his stomach at first, and we got driving.
Again, I have to just recap a little bit for the court reporter. Okay, so you said that your son, you took your brother's son in, yes?
Correct.
All right, and that you had to help him learn how to walk and eat?
Correct.
All right, and what else did you have to teach him?
How to even sit up. He was 1 years old. He had a lot of medical issues. He couldn't even sit up when he was 1 years old. I had to teach him how to sit up, eat, talk, walk, everything. I just took care of him, you know?
All right, so you lost track of Junior when all of you were separated. And I keep referring it to the Tucson Inn, but I think you were all separated over at the Home Plate Grill, right?
That's correct.
All right. Tell the jury about your stay at the Tucson Inn and how that ended the family.
So we went to the Tucson Inn because we're homeless and we got a hotel room through the Salvation Army. While we were there, the last night we were there, my mom and Mark were fighting in the hotel room, and there were 2 unknown people in the bathroom. They were fighting about having to leave again. I begged them not to go.
Sorry, Kelsey, what were they fighting about?
They were fighting because they were going to leave again.
Meaning leave you kids.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Anyway, ended up leaving. We went to a lady named Frances. She also stayed in the hotel. We went to her house for the night, and woke up in the morning, we went back to our hotel room. The maids were in the hotel room cleaning out our stuff and said that Mark Sr. checked us out of the room. So they were going to call CPS on us. So we ran. Frances took us to her work, which was the home plate. We stayed there all day in the back on the back patio. And then I called my grandma, who then called my dad and had my stepmother at the time come get us.
So you're saying that Frances, who also was staying at the Tucson Inn, took you guys to her place of employment, the Home Plate Grill?
Correct.
All right. What was Frances's job at the Home Plate Grill?
She was a waitress.
All right. And she understood that your parents had checked out and left you guys at you 3 children at the hotel.
That's correct.
So it was yourself, and who were the other 2?
Myself, Travis, Bilbrey, and Junior.
And then the 3 of you stayed with Frances at the restaurant that she was a waitress?
Correct.
And that's how you got a hold of your father?
Correct.
What happened to Junior?
I don't know. He was left there, I think. I'm not sure. It was very emotional for us at the time, and I don't recall.
All right. And it's been some time, but looking back, what have you learned about Frances, the lady that took you guys in?
I learned that supposedly she was going to take us to Mexico because our parents weren't coming back, is what I heard. She since then has disappeared and is nowhere to be found.
All right. Now, as an adult, you have your own family. Looking back at Mark Sr. and your mom Nadine, can you describe and you've given us some details, but can you describe the general home life?
For them?
Yes, you living with them.
Looking at them, I would say now that they had drugs as their number one priority.
Objection. This is
Asking him, so we've already gone through.
I believe this. If you can rephrase it to something that's not something we've already heard.
Okay. Then, Kelsey, let me rephrase this then. You're a mom now, and you have your own children. Is there anything about your childhood or those years that you lived with Mark Sr. and your mom that was acceptable?
Not at all. It was
Why
totally
not?
unacceptable because children were not the priority. Drugs were the priority. Alcohol was the priority. Children were left to survive on their own, and they were given a life with nothing to believe in. And that's something I would never give my kids. Kids are supposed to believe in a good, happy life.
One moment, Your Honor.
No further questions.
State cross-examination. Ms. Grovey, the state attorney, assistant state attorney, can ask some questions.
Sure.
Can you hear me, Miss Bilbrey?
I can.
Okay. You gave us the years that you lived with Mark Sr. and Jr., but your age was approximately 6 to 12. Is that right?
Yeah, 6 to 11.
Okay. And was Junior older than you or younger than you?
He was older by 2 years, I believe.
Okay. So if you were 11 when you last saw him, he was approximately 13?
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, we heard about that period of time in your life. Where did you go to live after that?
With my father.
Okay. And you obviously, as you stated earlier, you said, I learned how not to be, right?
Correct.
How did you do that? Did you just do that based on that experience? Did you have help through counseling, or was that just a decision you made?
I did not have help through counseling. I probably should have had counseling. That was a decision that I had to make. Once I saw my little baby boy being born, I looked at him and I was like, I would never put him through the hardship and the fear that I've gone through.
Right. Okay. And you talked about senior and I guess your mom and the obvious, you now know obvious alcohol and drug problem, but you had testified previously that you never actually saw them do drugs in front of you guys, right? Just the alcohol.
No, well, we saw him do alcohol all the time. The drugs, we found all their crack pipes several
Right.
times. So.
And I think you said looking back now, what you saw is signs of impairment, but back then they weren't like sitting around doing all these drugs in front of you though. Is that fair?
That's fair, but again, we found their crack pipes, so we knew what was going on.
Right. And you described the awful violence between Senior and your mother, but Senior had never put his hands on you and your brothers. Is that right?
That's correct. It was more mental. It was mental abuse to the
Right.
kids.
And the same with Junior, more verbal and mental, but not physical abuse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about how you guys missed some school off and on. You had testified previously, though, that Mark Jr. and I believe yourself as well were pretty good students. You were okay students considering your situation. Is that fair?
No, I don't think we were very good students. I think Junior got in trouble a lot at school, and I just did the best that I could. I mean, I was
Right.
a pretty fair student.
Right. But as far as intellectual ability,
Yes, Your Honor, be on this phone.
Let me finish the question. Go ahead.
in talking about how you guys did at school, as far as Junior, you didn't observe anything where he had special deficits other than obviously the tough situation you guys were in.
Objection as to knowledge on special deficits.
Just asking her.
Do you understand the question, Ms. Milberg?
Do you mean like he's in special ed kind of thing?
Yeah, mentally challenged, special ed. That wasn't him, correct?
I don't recall. I was pretty young. I never really paid attention to his classes.
Okay. You also testified about the car accidents that you guys got in, and especially that one big one that you just told the jurors about. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that one car accident was the one where your brother broke his foot or his leg. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Everybody else that was in the vehicle, to include you and Junior, nobody else had any injuries that had to be treated. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Not that I recall anyway. We were transported to the hospital just to make sure we were okay.
Right. Be checked out, but your brother
Yeah.
was the one with the injury. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And no other injuries that you know Mark Jr. sustained, hospital visits, things like that from any of these accidents, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, please.
Kelsey, in terms of the accident, was the car totaled?
It was totaled.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Milberg. You can go ahead and sign off now.
Okay, thank you.
And I apologize. I need to take about a 5-minute break. 10-minute break. So if you all can step into we'll have our next meeting ready to go.
In person, yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, next courtroom, please.
Outside, we have Mr. Vanasco, and then the last two are online, but I believe that Dr. Crop's connection is a lot better.
So we'll go with your live witness next.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, we'll be in recess for about 5 minutes. Off the record, if you have a wired connection, that's often better. So just,
I think it's also because she probably moved out of the office where the Wi-Fi was probably.
I understand.
But honestly.
No. I thought you were gonna say it was but that would be good.
And I was just texting you too.
Milestones. We're talking about.
No, it came down here to where the doctor involved.
Oh. That's good. Was that before the bird? But then she did that. Too.
Okay, great. How are we?
I think we got to.
Yeah. We're gonna have to help people by tonight. If we're gonna start tomorrow. Why are you staring? You told me possibly Wednesday afternoon, maybe Thursday morning, so.
You don't have it, okay.
So if we do Nebraska, the other delivery and crop. Then that means you still haven't done, right?
Yeah, mom's tomorrow. So I'm thinking tomorrow's gonna be a full day, you're just working out.
But it was tomorrow, wasn't it?
Kayla. Mom and Kayla are like, right? And Nelson. So, no, I don't think there's people. I thought they were. Clearly, I could not. Stop it. Don't.
That would be funny.
No. Yeah. Yeah. But I know it was supposed to be on the left, so. That's why.
That's gonna work first. Oh, you're not there? It's big. I mean, it's not a complicated thing. Right. I agree.
Right. Right. Right.
Yes. Because otherwise, a lot of factors. You're so smart, but that's what I told everybody, that anyone who's smart would do it that way, and then we show each one. No, because the judge hears more than two. Yeah. Do they ever?
No.
Yep. Your body is all good with that. But he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's what he's. Right.
Oh, she's got free stuff in December, so they got her take one out. No, I still have a kind of rating, but I can't not make it a rating.
No, I mean.
Oh, can.
If you want to.
Her hand.
The report is. I got a call.
There's like 20 witnesses.
Neighbors. She walks off. And we'll lay the foundation.
It makes it really better. I have to go to the dental with Jason. 1 month.
Yeah.
Could be a hot mess.
Yeah, Andy's got a little kid. I don't know any of them.
All right, we're back up there. How are we going tonight?
Right.
Oh.
She's nice.
Took me started at the clock in the meeting room, but the other person was dropped out. You're in contact.
Yeah, Your Honor, they're trying to see if we can improve the connection and. But either, we have Vanasco here now.
Yeah, your next one is slide right off. So. Riser again, present, defendant is present. We get unmute the courtroom. And the jury is ready to bring it back in. One more.
You got it. Still one of us.
Off the Zoom.
Unit?
No.
You have to turn the sound down.
There's an idea. Where's your computer? Put it to sleep. So.
All right, the jurors into the courtroom, please.
Please be seated.
This time you can call Radiologist Vanasco.
Come on up here to the seat, witness seat, sir, and speak directly into that microphone, and we'll start off by the clerk placing on your oath.
Please solemnly swear from the testimony you shall give in this question, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, sir, if you would start off by please stating your full name for the record.
My name is Raul S. Banasco, Raul S. Banasco.
All right, and where do you have your professional address, sir?
Professional address is 2546 Golden Pheasant Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, 32311.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Smith.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a prison and jail consultant and prison expert.
Okay, and can you please give a brief summary of where you have worked in the past?
Started my career in the state of New York in juvenile justice, and then started my 20-year stint in the Florida Department of Corrections. In 1988, started as a corrections officer, worked my way up, promoting up to warden, and then director of staff development in the Department of Corrections, and then switched over and went to be the major of the Orange County Corrections Department in Orlando, Florida, and as well was the chief and interim chief for the Osceola County Corrections Department, and did several jail administrative positions in the state of Texas as well.
And can you tell the jury about your education?
I have an undergraduate degree from Iona College, psychology major, have a master's in public administration from Florida Atlantic University. I'm a certified public manager, a certified corrections executive, as well as a certified jail manager.
And do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm still commissioned as a certification corrections officer here in Florida, as well as in Texas.
When was the last time you worked for the Department of Corrections?
Last time I worked for them was in 2006.
From your time working with the Department of Corrections, are you familiar with the department's policies and procedures?
Yes, I am.
And you said that you worked at the Orange County Jail and Osceola County Jail. Are you familiar with the policies and procedures of both jails and prisons in Florida?
Yes,
How long have you been working as a consultant and expert witness?
since 2000.
And how much do you charge an hour?
$200 an hour,
Approximately how many hours have you devoted to this case?
30.
Have you previously testified in court proceedings?
Yes,
And do you know approximately how many times?
20 or more.
And does that include today?
Yes,
Okay. Have you been previously qualified to testify as an expert?
yes,
This time I would ask the court permission to allow Raul Bonasco to give testimony in the area of corrections policies, practices, and procedures. Sorry.
No objection.
No objection. Have you ever been consulted or been asked to consult the state attorney's office in any cases?
yes,
And how many times?
4 or 5.
What is the difference between prison and jail in Florida?
Well, the difference is anyone who commits a crime or attempts to commit a crime will have to come to a county jail. That is the first place to get processed. If you're convicted of the crime and sentenced to more than a year and a day, you will be sentenced to a state penitentiary, which will be the State Department of Corrections. So detention versus prison incarceration.
And so the maximum you could serve in a county jail would be under a year?
Up to you, correct?
All right, throughout your lengthy career in corrections, have you become familiar with how inmates serving life without the possibility of parole sentence are housed?
Yes.
And how are inmates sentenced to life without parole housed?
The way they're housed in 2-man cells. We call them secure hard cells. There's no dormitory styles because of their custody level, because their life, they're either going to be close custody or maximum. And because of the security grade of the facility, they're always secure 24 hours a day, especially overnight. So there is a very good security and excellent, at a minimum, about 4 doors for them to have any access to the complex.
All right, so it's not like an open bay with multiple beds in it?
No, sir.
And can you explain the typical day in the life of an inmate?
Typical day of a life of an inmate, 24 hours a day, you're told what to do. From the minute you get up, approximately 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning to line up, you have to go to chow. You go to your food service, we call it chow. Basically, the dining room, you have 5 to 10 minutes to eat. You don't get to pick and sit next to who you want to. Consume your meal, you go back to your housing unit where they have another count, and then you're released to either go to, if you're an inmate who has the opportunity programs. If not, you have to work 40 to 60 hours a week. And we repeat the same thing again at lunchtime, in the afternoon, and at night before dawn, before it gets dark, you're back in the dormitory. There's several counts. So basically, you're always being monitored and told what to do and where to go and what to do.
All right, and how often do inmates sentenced to life without parole shower?
2 to 3 times a week.
Now, is that a communal shower? Or do they
Yes.
get their own?
No, community shower.
If someone is sentenced to life, is there any incentives to follow the rules in prison?
No, I'm gonna object to relevance if it's not related to this defendant. Line of question.
Mr. Rollins. Can we approach?
Sure.
Smith, you want to rephrase the question, restate it?
All right, and I think you mentioned earlier that do inmates serving life without parole in prison work?
Yes, they do.
Now, are they able to work outside of the prison walls?
Absolutely not.
So they wouldn't be able to do anything like work release?
No.
What if an inmate is disabled? Are they still required to work?
They're still required to work 40 to 60 hours a week.
And what happens if an inmate refuses to work?
You put him in confinement, he gets a rule infraction and can be held penalty to put in confinement anywhere from 30 to 60 days of disciplinary confinement, loses all privileges, visitation, phone calls, commissary, anything that is a privilege he will lose or she will lose.
Now, when you say disciplinary confinement, what is that?
That's every prison has a confinement unit where we place inmates who are either requesting administrative confinement or have administrative confinement status pending the outcome of disciplinary report, where we house them individually by themselves and we make sure we're doing security checks. And it's a more secure, solitary sort of environment where we keep them till they curb their behavior and follow the rules.
Now, does work need to be done in a prison to keep it operational?
Yes.
And how much of that work is done by inmates?
Depending on the prison, anywhere from 85 to 90% near the age of the field.
What kind of jobs do inmates typically perform?
We have to have inmates who have to cut the grounds with push mowers. We have to have maintenance, air conditioning, refrigeration, painting, cleaning, everything that keeps the upgrade, plumbing, electrical, all those kind of things like these old prisons in time have restructuring and issues that we have to repair.
I'd like to talk to you about the consequences for breaking rules in the prison system. What happens if an inmate serving life without parole does not follow the rules?
Well, as I said earlier, he will go to confinement depending on the disciplinary report that he receives, the infraction, and if he doesn't continue to follow the rules, then we take him to the next level, which they will go to another facility that they house close management units. Those are the inmates who are egregious enough that they're not even following the protocol to behave themselves out of disciplinary confinement, and we put them in facilities that are designed to keep inmates in their cell for up to 23 hours a day. And when released out, are shackled, handcuffed, because they're the most egregious inmates that will pose a harm to other inmates and staff.
And what is the disciplinary report?
The disciplinary report is the process that we have in the prison system, that if an inmate is charged for a rule infraction, there is a process. They will be charged as witnesses. There's an opportunity for him to or her to waive the time frame. Usually it's 5 days, and they go to a disciplinary board hearing, which is usually made of a classification officer, case manager, and a security representative. They will determine, based on the information, based on the inmate's testimony, as well as all the information with the officer, whoever wrote up the inmate, and they will determine and administer discipline.
And are disciplinary reports also known as DRs?
Yes.
Are there different levels of disciplinary reports?
Yes, there's minor and then there's majors.
And what is close management? You've mentioned that a few times.
Close management throughout the prison system in Florida, we have several facilities that are designated to deal with this most egregious population. These are individuals who have proven to serve in high security facilities that don't follow the rules. They're assaulting other inmates, assaulting staff, and they just cannot be placed in regular population. So they manage very closely. We have more corrections officers there, and their privileges are practically non-existent.
Can a DR change an inmate's classification?
Yes, it can.
And what is an inmate's classification?
Inmate's classification, every inmate that comes into the Florida prison system goes to a reception center, and where they get processed. They do an assessment from mental health, medical, security, work history, as far as criminal history, and they determine the custody level. So in the state of Florida, we have everything, the lowest custody is community to the max. Determining on what is your outcome based on the score factor that we have will determine your custody level, which will also determine the facility of the prison we will send you to.
Okay, and I believe you just said this, but someone based on their DRs could possibly get their classification changed?
Yes, it can.
So they may go from one custody level up to another?
Yes.
Now, are inmates in prison allowed to have communication with people on the outside?
Yes, they are.
And how do they communicate with people on the outside?
By either coming by face-to-face visitation, tablets, or phone calls.
And the tablets or phone calls, is that free?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about someone who's an inmate that's sentenced to death row. How is an inmate on death row housed?
An inmate in death row, either at Union or FSP or at Lowell for Women, will have a 6x9 cell, a steel bunk bolted to the wall, stainless steel toilet, and sink as well, and have their own TV. And basically that is their living environment.
Do the other inmates in the Department of Corrections system get their own TV?
No.
Do they go to do inmates sentenced to death row go to the chow hall?
No.
Do they get to leave their cell to go do laundry?
No.
So is their food and their laundry brought to them?
Yes.
Do inmates sentenced to death row contribute to the workforce at all?
No.
All right. When were you first contacted in regards to doing work on this case?
January 30th, 22 by Rosemary Peoples.
And what were you asked to do?
To give an evaluation based on my prison experience as a prison expert of the individual client.
Were you given any records to review?
Yes, I was given the Alachua County and Putnam County school records, as well as the Alachua County and Putnam County Sheriff's Office work reports on his arrest, as well as his incarceration behavior, and the Florida Department of Corrections records for his 2 commitments.
And which of those records did you rely on to come up with your opinion about Mr. Wilson?
The Alachua County and Putnam County Sheriff's Office documentation, as well as the Florida Department of Corrections records.
And did you speak with any of Mr. Wilson's family members or friends?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
Christy Atkins, his mother.
At any point, did you meet with Mr. Wilson himself?
I met with him twice.
And were both those times in person?
No.
Did you meet him the first time over Zoom?
Correct, February 10th.
And then when did you meet him the second time?
August 26th, 22 at the actual Putnam County Jail.
And do you know how long Mr. Wilson's been in custody?
Over 2 years.
During your review of the Alachua County Jail records, the Department of Correction records, and the Putnam County Jail records, did he have any DRs?
He had a total of 10.
So let's talk about that the Alachua records. Did he have any DRs while he was there?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember how many?
2.
And what were those DRs?
And one had to do with not being in an unauthorized area, as well as the other one had to do with tampering with the speaker in the rec yard.
And would those have been considered major DRs in the Department of Corrections?
No.
Now going to the Department of Correction records, did you see any DRs while he was in the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
And do you remember how many?
6.
And do you recall what those DRs were for?
Yes, one, the first one was attempted assault or battery on an inmate, 3 for tobacco, 1 for misuse of state property, and the last one was, I refer to my notes, I think it had to do with being in an unauthorized area.
Okay. And in regards to that attempted battery or assault, what were the facts behind that case?
When reading the disciplinary report, the facts was he was going to the chow hall, got his meal, and he was young at the time, I guess he put his food down, another inmate was going to steal his food, and he threw the plastic cup at the other inmate, and it bounced off his forehead.
So there was no fight or anything like that?
No.
And in the Department of Corrections, would that have been considered a major DR?
Yes.
And then you said there were 3 DRs for possession of tobacco?
Yes.
Would those be considered major DRs in the Department of Corrections?
No.
And in regards to the misuse of property and the disobeying an order, would those have been majors? Was he punished for those DRs?
Yes, he was.
And do you remember what his punishments were?
He got 60 days disciplinary confinement for the attempted assault on the inmate. On the tobacco, he got 30 days disciplinary confinement. On the misuse of state property, I think he got 10 days disciplinary confinement. Actually, they gave him 7 days credit. And the other one also, he had 30 days of work squad detail, disciplinary work squad detail.
And what is work squad or disciplinary squad?
What that means is when an inmate is found guilty, and that's the sanction, in addition to his 60 hours a week, they will find an extra 30 hours of work. It might possess of pressure washing by hand the walls of the prison. We give them toothbrushes and they actually clean the sidewalks, and we have them cut grass and do anything else that we find extra work for them to pay their penance.
And I guess that would be fair to say those are jobs no one else would want.
Absolutely.
Did those DRs that Mr. Wilson got in the Department of Corrections, did it change his classification at all?
No.
So even though he had that major DR of attempted battery or assault, that didn't change his classification?
No.
At the end of that sentence in the Department of Corrections, did Mr. Wilson actually get work release, I guess?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And would normally somebody, what was Mr. Wilson's classification when he first entered the Department of Corrections?
His first commitment, he was minimum custody, which is the second level below the lowest when he came in the first time.
And what would somebody's custody level be if they were to get work release?
They have to be community custody, which is the lowest level.
All right, so it sounds like Mr. Wilson's custody went from the second to lowest to the lowest to community.
That's correct.
That was a bad question, but you got it. All right. Now, if Mr. Wilson were sentenced to life, or a life inmate can't get work release, is that correct?
No.
And I believe someone who was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, any job that they were given, they could work outside the prison, right?
No.
All right, so let's go to the Putnam County records. In those records, did Mr. Wilson have any DRs?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember what those, or how many there were?
There were 2.
Okay, and do you remember what those were?
Smoking and having unauthorized tobacco.
And I believe you stated earlier, would those have been considered major DRs in the Department of Corrections?
No.
And during his time in the Putnam County Jail, have there been any other incidents involving Mr. Wilson?
Yes, they have.
And what was that?
In November of 22, there was an incident because of his case where another inmate took him from the back and was proceeding to choke him. And another inmate, there was a fight with the other 2 inmates, but there was an attempt to choke him.
Choke Mr. Wilson?
Correct.
Now, during your meeting with Mr. Wilson, did you discuss how he communicates with his family?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He talks to his mother by phone or tablet, and she periodically comes in and does a visit.
And someone would have to put money, I guess, as they say, on his books in order for him to talk to people in that way?
Yes.
Does his family give him financial support?
In talking to his mother, she says she provides what she can, given her income.
And during your meeting with Mr. Wilson, did he discuss any of his work history?
Yes, he did.
Did he discuss any special skills he may have?
After high school, I think in 2012, he went ahead and took an interest in electrical as well as construction.
And would the Department of Corrections be able to put those skills to use if he were to be sentenced as a life inmate?
Yes.
Based on your experience as a classification officer, where would you anticipate placement for Mr. Wilson?
Well, I would place him at a facility where they have close custody, lifers, something like Tomoka Correctional Institution, Polk Correctional Institution, and understand that because of his case, that's the type of setting, because some of those facilities Those prisons are designed to have a protective custody unit. Because most likely as a classification officer, from the minute he would walk into my prison, he will be placed in confinement.
Objection. All right, wait a second.
All right, just good.
And real quick, I believe,
Sorry.
I believe you mentioned earlier that close custody was often for, I guess, unruly inmates.
Close management,
Close management. So close management and close custody are different.
yes.
Do you have a moment?
You may.
So close management would be for unruly inmates, you just said?
Right, those individuals who cannot function in regular open population throughout the prison system.
And close custody would be just based on that someone is sentenced as a life inmate.
Based on his life sentence, I would automatically score him at close custody. Yes.
So it has nothing to do with them being a trouble inmate or anything.
No,
No further questions.
State cross-examination.
Yeah. Okay, and just so we're clear, good afternoon, Mr.
good afternoon,
Vanasco.
how are you, man?
Good, I want to make sure we understand, so he would go in close custody,
He would come in
As a
as a
lifer,
close,
if
as a
he
close
would-
custody, correct?
and your comment earlier about you would classify him as that is if he got a life sentence.
Correct.
You're not commenting on,
No, just if he was given a life sentence, that would be automatically the custody level we would assign.
so he would come in close custody, which you said earlier meant, 2-man cells, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. And so 2-man cells, he's allowed to socialize within that pod during the day, meaning he's not locked down the 23 hours a day like close management.
Okay, so if I can walk you through, they're linear cells, so they have cells, so they have a common area, which certain hours throughout the day, they would come out to that day room and congregate, but what they wouldn't be able to congregate in this cells. But it's in a
Okay,
common.
right. Not locked
Because
down
when you
though.
say a pod, it's sometimes people think of a pod like they pop out, but most of them are linears.
What I'm asking though is he's at just regular, I got a life sentence, I haven't misbehaved yet, I go into prison at close management. Close
Close
custody.
custody,
He has a 2-man cell and he is not locked down 24 hours a day.
correct,
Okay, that's only if the DRs start and you get in trouble.
correct.
Okay. Obviously is told what to do, as every DOC inmate is told what to do 24 hours a day, correct?
Yes.
Fair. And possibly, or you said, would work again, unless we got in trouble and we were on close management.
Correct, there, every inmate is required to work up to 60 hours a week.
Okay.
Doing something.
And on death row, single man cells,
Correct,
locked down 23 hours a day.
yes,
When they wreck, they do wreck outside though, death row.
by themselves,
By themselves in a cage, but there are still other inmates in other cages
yes,
that they can see, yell to, things like that, correct?
yes,
Okay, but they're not all intermingling on death row.
correct,
So, and I didn't ask that for close custody, when he would go to rec, he would just be out there on the rec yard with a lot of inmates.
yes,
Fair? Okay. Allowed to socialize, things like that. And eat in the chow hall on close custody, eat in a cell on death row.
Yes,
Their communication is limited on death row, is it not?
yes, they still can communicate, but very limited.
Okay, is it a 1 hour a week?
Yes, something to that effect.
And their in-person visits are limited, correct?
Yes, they are.
And you talked on direct examination about all these prison records that you reviewed, jail and prison records, correct?
Yes,
And you interviewed him, you
yes,
talked to his mom,
yes,
you also looked at school records as a part of learning about his background and education level, things like that, right?
yes.
And you had said that he was a decent student, correct?
This is good, yes.
And when you talked to him, you didn't have any problems like communicating and getting information from him?
He was indifferent,
Quiet,
very, I had to draw the information out of him.
right? But you didn't see any signs of intellectual disability, something that you would have to raise when classifying him?
Judge, I would object that's outside the scope of his expertise.
I'm going to overrule that. You asked about classification.
Go ahead.
Not to my knowledge.
And you're not considering and looking at the facts of the case, you're looking at the inmate and the history of his incarceration when making a recommendation, correct?
Yes,
Purely if you sentence him to life, this is what we would do with him.
right. Looking at it from a prison perspective, how we would manage that type of individual. in a
Okay.
sense.
And not even we, as in you don't work for them now, it's
But
just
the
your
department.
expert opinion,
Correct.
that you believe this is what they would do.
Yes,
And you've been doing this consulting work for about 22 years, is that right?
yes,
All right. About 75% of what you do is consulting and testifying.
correct.
And about
Yeah.
80% of that work is testifying in death penalty cases, correct?
Correct.
And you've never testified for the state of Florida in a death penalty case.
No.
So you're always testifying for defendants.
Correct.
And you currently have about 14 cases nationwide in the area of life or death issues, correct?
Yes,
You also, when going through his DOC records, you saw that he was in a work release program, right?
yes, he was.
And you talked about how he had a variety of jobs, which was obviously what was allowed him to be in a work release camp.
Well, not just the jobs, the custody and his behavior,
Right, the low custody,
the community custody level.
because he was behaving. And you had said that somebody in a work release program, they wouldn't allow people with mental illnesses or mental health problems in those programs due to the fact that they're released out in the community and things like that, right?
That is correct.
You also reviewed, I believe, when he came out of his last stint, it was like a 5 or so year stint, he went to the Bridges program, correct?
Right, in Jacksonville, this is America.
And you have experience working there, right?
Yes, I did. I worked for them for 2 years.
And that program offers many substance abuse and like life skill programs.
Absolutely. That's what their philosophy is based on.
Right, and he talked to you about his experience at Bridges for about 11 months, right?
Right. What he did mention to me was while he was there, he participated in the program and he had a job in a recycling program. That's to the extent
Okay,
that he discussed.
but he liked that program, it provided a lot of tools not to reoffend, things like that.
Well, he didn't share that to me, but that's the intent of those programs. He was very limited on what he shared with me.
He didn't tell you that he learned a lot and he appreciated that support?
Well, he had learned a lot in the recycling program, but didn't get in depth of, but he was successful in looking at the records. He was able to be there for 11 months and actually was released from that program successfully.
Right, didn't get kicked out, didn't get
Correct.
in trouble, things like that.
Didn't get any disciplinary reports because they do get those in those environments as well.
Right. And just as you stated that DOC could manage him, you feel that they can manage him in a close custody. Obviously, they can manage him on death row as well, correct?
Yes, they can.
All right, no further questions.
Mr. Smith? All right, thank you very much. Permanent excusal?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Appreciate your time and opinions. Next witness. I think you're on mute.
Okay.
Dr. Crop, if you could unmute your device and start your video, please.
Trying, Your Honor.
All right, Doctor, are you here in the state of Florida or are you in another state?
I'm in Coral Gables.
Sorry.
It's okay. If you could repeat the answer, Dr. Croft.
I'm sorry, I'm in Coral Gables, Miami.
Yeah, I just turned it up. Yeah. Put the mute off. Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I took the mute off and the volume's up.
Are you able to hear me?
Still can't hear him. Here, you can simply put your computer in the waiting room for just a split second.
Sure.
Sometimes you unmute it, bring it back, it helps. All right, Dr. Crop, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear us, but we're not hearing you.
Is your sound on?
Unplugged that.
It is.
There you go. No. Dr. Crop, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes. But we can't hear him.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, yes. See, that's the sound and it's on. Right there. That's the sound.
How about now, Doctor?
Yes.
Hey, Dr. Crop, can you hear us?
Yes.
Dr. Crop?
Yes. Can you not hear me, Your Honor?
I haven't changed the settings at all, so.
This purpose is recording. She can hear him, so it's. We're hearing the sound of the speakers on your computer. We're not now. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think we've had 3 different people look at it. I don't know what to do with it, Your Honor.
So let's try this. Let's take your computer out of the loop.
I'm gonna use one of the associates.
Let's just unplug yours for a second. I'm gonna see if we can cross the line. Undo that, let's see what that is. And also unmute the TV speaker itself. Unmute the TV. It used to. Very good. Can you hear us now, Dr. Crop?
Yes.
Bring the volume up on TV. What's it showing?
73.
Testing, Dr. Crop?
Yes.
Miss Dunn, the speaker, one of those is feeding back. Everything else in the court has to be off if we're using that.
Yeah, we're not logged in.
All right, how about now, Dr. Crop?
Yes.
Very good. Let's go with that. Let's
Are
see.
you able to hear? Are you able to hear me, Your Honor?
We can. We're trying to figure out how to get you projected on a screen that everybody can see. Let's do this. Please bring that TV monitor just around the corner. Just roll the cart. Just around the corner here. And then the jury can look right there. And then make sure that Mr. Wilson can see it.
That microphone wants to go through.
Watch that.
Judge, can we get the light in so we can actually see his reaction? We'll turn off all the sound, I'll mute everything.
You have to make sure your speakers are completely on. And just not just muted, speakers have to be on.
Yes.
That's probably good. Mr. Wilson, are you able to see it? Thank you. You can see it, viewers. State, you can see it. Can all the jurors see it? If you raise your hand, you can see the TV. All right, thank you. Ready to proceed.
Please state your name.
No, let's. Dr. Crop, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Where are you currently located, doctor?
I'm in Coral Gables, Miami.
All right, thank you, sir. You may proceed, Ms. Beaton.
Please state your name.
My name is Harry Krop. It's spelled K-R-O-P.
And what is your profession?
I am a licensed psychologist. I'm the director of Community Behavioral Services, which is a private practice of both clinical and forensic psychology. I have offices located in Gainesville, which is my primary office and hometown. And I also have an office in Jacksonville as well as Orange Park, Florida.
What is your education that led to clinical psychology?
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Temple University in Philadelphia. That was 1964. I then obtained a master's degree in psychology from American University, and that was the following year. And then I transferred to the University of Miami, where I received my PhD degree. That was in 1970-71. After I obtained the PhD, Actually, as part of the PhD, I'm required to do an internship, a year-long internship in clinical psychology, and I did that in 1971, 71 in Connecticut Valley Hospital, and that was a general facility, psychiatric residential facility, where I had the opportunity to do various kinds of clinical work, including working with PTSD and also working with neuropsychology. As a result of my interest after I received the PhD, as a result of the interest that I had in doing neuropsychology at Connecticut Valley Hospital, I requested and was accepted to do a postdoctoral internship in neuropsychology specifically, and that was at the VA Medical Center in Gainesville. While I was at the VA, I was trained by both psychologists, neuropsychologists, and neurologists who were on the staff at the VA Medical Center and also at Shands, which is right across the street from the VA. So while I was there for the year, I also received training in post-traumatic stress disorder. That was about the time that veterans from Vietnam were coming back. So I started the first PTSD program at the VA at that time, and also continued to work in neuropsychology, both in assessment and interpretation of psychological testing, learning about brain damage, etc. After I completed the postdoctoral internship, I applied and was accepted to be on the staff at the VA Medical Center. I stayed on the staff between 1971 or 72 for about 7 years. I went part-time in 1977, but I was at the VA for about 7 or 8 years. And while I was there, again, I primarily worked in the fields of neuropsychology, but at this point, I was both training and supervising others in the area of neuropsychology. In 1977, as I said, I went part-time at the VA and started a relatively small private practice, initially in Orange Park, and then eventually opened up my Gainesville practice. And in that area, I originally just did clinical work. And then in 1978 or so, I was asked by the state attorney's office in Jacksonville to start a program in terms of for treatment of sex offenders and sexual abused children. So I had a grant from DCF. I started that. That was the first sex offender treatment program in the state of Florida. But I continued to work in the field of neuropsychology, but primarily involved in terms of the neuropsychology was in my forensic practice, both in the criminal area and also in civil cases. In civil cases, I was requested to do neuropsychological evaluations on individuals who suffered or likely suffered some kind of organic impairment through motor vehicle accidents and things like that. I also, in the criminal arena, I also did neuropsychological evaluations, primarily on cases similar to this in terms of where there was a homicide or severe violent offending, because of the research that shows that there's a relationship between, that there's a higher likelihood of brain damage in individuals who were either on death row or facing the death penalty. While I was at the VA, I also did research in neuropsychology. I have about 5 or 6 publications in that area. And primarily at the VA, we had a grant that I worked with the chief, the head of neurology and pulmonary functioning. And what my role was to do neuropsychological testing prior to a person being placed on continuous oxygen therapy, which was for individuals who suffered with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So my role was doing testing pre and post this continuous oxygen therapy, which was basically a person placed on oxygen and he was on it 24 hours a day at home and so forth. And the research showed that the continuous oxygen therapy improved neuropsychological functioning of individuals with COPD. And I've done other case studies similar where I've done pre and post neuropsychological testing. So I think that's sort of, I went beyond your original question, Ms. Peoples, but basically.
Yes, you covered quite a bit. So, but let me backtrack just a few points. If you could describe, or I should say, if you could define neuropsychology.
I should have done that originally. I apologize. Neuropsychology is an area where the psychologist looks at the relationship between the brain and behavior, emotion, and cognition. In other words, it's the practice of using the training that we have in clinical psychology in terms of psychological testing, but using specific tests which measure different areas of the brain, different functions in the brain, to assess whether a person has brain damage, and if possible, to be able to determine the basis for that brain damage. So it's a specialized area within clinical psychology, again, trying to look at the brain and its relationship with the person's emotion and cognitive functioning.
And what's the difference between a neuropsychologist and a clinical psychologist?
Well, a neuropsychologist is a clinical psychologist, but not all clinical psychologists are neuropsychologists. It involves specific training in the area that I just mentioned in terms of brain behavior relationships and learning about the various psychological tests that have been developed specifically to measure different functions of the brain, such as memory, processing, psychomotor skills, things like that. So the testing is not just clinical psychologist uses testing to measure personality profiles, various psychological traits, depression, anxiety, to assist in terms of treatment, to assist in terms of a differential diagnosis. So a clinical psychologist can also do a clinical evaluation as well as a neuropsychological evaluation.
And you've gone over, I want to say you have covered your training as a neuropsychologist, but is there any other specific area that you haven't addressed yet?
I don't think so. I think my main area is starting around the late 1970s is I was doing therapy, I was teaching, and then I got into forensic psychology, which is the another specialty area within clinical psychology, but evaluating individuals within the psycholegal arena, criminal cases, as well as individuals who, for example, may sue someone for having been involved in a motor vehicle accident. So I might be asked to assess damages, but that's still in the forensic arena. So forensics can involve both civil cases and criminal cases.
All right. And you described when you left the VA and started your own private practice, and you've identified the 3 offices that you have. So I'm going to move over to publications. Are you a published author?
Yes.
Have you prepared scholarly manuscripts regarding neuropsychology?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Have you been published in neuropsychology?
Oh, yes, I have.
And have you participated in any grant-funded or research programs specific to neuropsychology?
Yes.
And then looking to presentations, professional groups concerning neuropsychology, have you given any presentations?
You know, I'm a member of, first of all, the American Psychological Association, which is the large sort of global organization for all types of psychologists. But I am specifically also in some of the, sorry, let me go through this. The neuropsychological, specifically the neuropsychological society, which is within the American Psychological Association. So I am involved with that organization as well.
And then if you could identify the professional organizations that you're a member of specific to neuropsychology.
Well, the one I just mentioned, which is the American I may have given it a wrong title, but it's the American Psychological Law Society. That's Division 41 of the APA. I'm also on the Florida Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abuse, the Division of Clinical Neuropsychology, which is Division 40 of the APA. I'm on the Social Justice Committee. I'm on the board of the I'm on the board of Southern Legal Council. That's not a psychological association, but I'm also on the board of the Florida Psychological Association and a member of the Diversity and Social Justice Committee. I'm on other organizations such as the International Society for Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, the Association for the Treatment of Sexual Abuse, and those are primarily the main organizations and professional societies that I'm involved in.
All right. Now, what do you charge per hour in this particular case?
I charged public defenders, whether it be state or federal or other state attorneys, it would be $250 an hour.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
By this time, probably about 25, perhaps.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in the state of Florida?
I am.
How long?
You can apply for a license a year after you have your PhD if you have the appropriate number of hours of clinical experience, which of course I did because of my 2 internships. So probably 1971, 1972, I've been licensed in the state.
And have you previously been deemed an expert by a state court to offer opinion, testimony in the areas of neuropsychology and cognitive function?
Numerous times.
How many times in a civil case?
In neuropsychology, I would say actually testified. I've been retained to do evaluations. I don't always testify when I do an evaluation, but in civil cases, I have probably testified about 15 times in the neuropsychology area.
And then in criminal cases?
Probably about 40, between 40 to 50.
Right. And then just making it a broader category, because I was specific to neuropsych, but just looking at as a professional psychologist, how many times have you testified in total in civil and criminal cases? Or if it's easier to say civil and then criminal?
Well, actually, I'm required to keep track of the number of cases where I have done either depositions or testified. And that's a requirement in federal cases. So I've kept track. Civil cases, I've testified about 800 times. And criminal cases, as of October, which I guess is this month, it's 1,788 times. Again, this goes back to around 1975. So I'm sort of showing my age here.
Now, how many homicide cases have you testified for on behalf of the prosecution?
You're saying homicide cases specifically?
Yes, or criminal. I'm not sure if you had it broken down by criminal or homicide.
Well, let me just break that down if I can. In criminal cases, I can't give you a number of times actually that I've testified, but I mean, I gave a number, and I would say in general, not counting homicide cases, I've testified perhaps 40% of the time for the prosecution and about 60% of the time for the defense. In homicide cases, it's significantly different percentage. I would say I've testified about 90% of the time for the defense, particularly in cases such as this, where I've been asked to testify at a sentencing. I've testified at some insanity cases in terms of homicide, but for the most part, it would be at a sentencing stage like this.
And have you been specifically recognized in the state of Florida or other courts outside of Florida, I should say?
Yeah, I've testified in Georgia and Alabama, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts, I believe, are the states that I've testified, but I've also testified in federal cases. Most of those are in Florida or Pennsylvania. And I've done about 20 court-martial cases, and they've been all over the country, military trials, as well as wherever I've been testified in Germany and Italy and England. That's where the bases are, where there was the specific criminal issue. And so I'd have to travel there to testify.
Have you previously been deemed an expert in other courts?
Well, I believe I mentioned in federal courts, as well as military cases. I've also testified in Canada on several cases. Most of those were sexual abuse cases, the ones I've done in Canada.
And have you previously testified in a death penalty trial regarding neuropsychology?
I've testified in about 100 cases similar to this, where the death penalty is being sought.
Your Honor, defense requests to offer Dr. Cross' opinion in testimony in the field of neuropsychology.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, without objection, to be allowed to offer an opinion.
What were you asked to do in this specific case regarding Mark Wilson?
You contacted me and requested specifically in this case that I evaluate Mr. Wilson in terms of doing a neuropsychological evaluation. You indicated that there was already another psychologist involved who did a clinical evaluation, but based on some of your other experts' findings, that it seemed to call for a neuropsychological evaluation. So my focus was very, very specific, relatively narrow. It was to conduct a neuropsychological evaluation and assess whether Mr. Wilson has any type of organic impairment based on the testing.
And do you and other similarly situated practitioners rely on records, reports of the patient concerning the patient's past history to formulate an opinion?
Sure.
And did you review a collection of records to assist you in evaluating Mr. Wilson?
In this case, yes, you provided me with records both prior to my evaluation and also subsequent to my evaluation. A lot of the records in this specific case, because of my narrow role, were not necessarily pertinent, but I'd rather have more than less. And so you provided me with the arrest report, the indictment, the Arizona Department of Children reports, guardian ad litem reports, police reports from, I'm not sure, but it was related to Mr. Wilson's father. You provided me with the radiologist review from Dr. Travis Snyder. I reviewed Alachua County school records, Putnam County school records, Arizona Flowing Wells School District records, Marion County school records, Arizona Amphitheater school records, DCF records from 97, 98, and 99. I had a report or two reports completed by Dr. Clifford Levin back in 2010. I already mentioned the incident report for Mr. Wilson Sr. And then I received a deposition of Mr. Wilson Sr., as well as Doctors Nelson, Werner, Snyder, and Meadows. And those were 4 other experts in this case. Dr. Meadows provided me with a copy of the 1 psychological test that he administered to Mr. Wilson. That was an MMPI 2. And I also provided Dr. Meadows copies of my neuropsychological testing. You provided a very lengthy interview of Mr. Wilson. I had a booking medical report and a medical administration records, and I believe that was when he was during his incarceration. One other thing, in addition to the records, I consulted with Dr. Nelson, who is a neurologist in this case. I don't know whether he's already testified, but I consulted with Dr. Nelson and shared with him verbally the results of my neuropsychological testing.
When did you evaluate Mr. Wilson?
Did you say when?
Yes, when?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having a little difficulty hearing you, but Mr. Wilson was seen on 4 different occasions. He was, and let me add, because I'm pretty much doing evaluations remotely if I can. And it's not unusual for a neuropsychological evaluation to the actual testing to be done by other qualified assistants. In this case, I had 2 individuals assist me. Both of them have master's degree and are both licensed. One in specifically forensic psychology, which is Mr. Coleman, and then I had Mr. Hughes from my Orange Park office personally do the psychological testing face-to-face with Mr. Mr. Wilson. So Mr. Coleman saw Mr. Wilson and did testing on September 20th. Mr. Hughes did testing on September 27th. I did testing on October 5th and October 14th. The total time doing the actual testing was about 7.5 hours. We spread it out on purpose because of we learned that Mr. Wilson had some significant problems in terms of his ADHD, and that I think we all thought that I think would get a better true assessment of his functioning if we spread it out and didn't make him go through 7 hours of testing at one time. So that's why it's not always done over this kind of space period. But I think in Mr. Wilson's case, we thought it was relevant to do it that way.
Now, what history did Mr. Wilson discuss with you?
As I said before, I did not focus on anything else other than the neuropsychological assessment. So the only thing that I really asked Mr. Wilson, I did not ask him to discuss the incident in question. I had, as I said earlier, I reviewed the police reports, his statements and so forth, but the history that I obtained was primarily pertinent only to the neuropsych. Did somebody say something? I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Okay. So when I got a history, I asked him questions about substance abuse. I asked him some questions about any kind of possible traumatic brain injuries or accidents that he had, and some limited information about his education. So I did have information in terms of his history from other records that I read, but again, I used the term doing a blind evaluation. So I tried to really narrow in and focus and tried not to be biased in terms of I tried to get as objective an assessment of his brain, as possible. So again, I didn't do any kind of clinical testing other than for the brain, the neuropsych testing.
Right. I understand you didn't ask Mr. Wilson questions, but after the evaluations, were you able to get some independent information to corroborate head injuries?
Well, Dr. Warner interviewed him, Dr. Meadows interviewed him. I read his own interview, the transcript of his own interviews with law enforcement, and some controlled phone calls. But other than the school records, and I'm not sure what you asked me, whether I got a history independently of him. I guess the answer would be yes.
And did you review the deposition as a father?
Yes.
Now, if someone suffers brain insult as a child, and I'll give an example of traumatic brain injury, does that make one more susceptible to develop mental disorders in adulthood?
It's certainly probably a higher probability, a higher likelihood of having emotional issues and so forth.
So let's discuss the testing. Earlier you mentioned or I'd asked you the difference between neuropsychological and a clinical evaluation. Can you discuss what the battery of the tests are in a neuropsychological test?
Sure. The testing in general, and I've already explained that the testing was done over 4 different periods of time. So let me, if I can, just name the tests. I mean, I'd be glad if to go into what each test, how each test is given and so forth. But in terms of the actual tests given, and I'll tell you when they were given and who administered them. So not necessarily in this chronological order, but on October 14th, I administered the test of memory malingering. We referred to that as the TOM, T-O-M-M. On October 5th, I administered the short category test. Let me go back a second if I can. The test of memory malingering, as the name represents, is a test to assess whether in this case, Mr. Wilson might be malingering or exaggerating deficits, specifically in memory. In all forensic evaluations, whether it be criminal or civil, one of the things that we all forensic psychologists look for is whether the person may be not trying to present himself in a manner that's either shows that he is exaggerating psychiatric, or in this case, cognitive symptoms. In some cases, the person is overly defensive and doesn't want to present with psychiatric or cognitive symptoms. So in every way possible, we try and determine whether the person is optimally giving his optimal effort in the testing. So the test of memory malingering is specific to assess whether a person may be malingering. The short category.
For a quick second. So, because I heard the test of, so that's the TOM, the test of memory malingering. Let me just ask you while you're on that. So is malingering exaggerating, or is there any other explanation for it?
Malingering is the definition, by definition, malingering is either exaggerating or feigning deficits, either psychiatric or cognitive deficits, for a specific purpose, for secondary gain. For example, again, a forensic evaluation, the person is involved in the legal system one way or the other. So the person may think it's to his or her advantage to look more impaired than he or she is, and that's pretty much what malingering is. And that's why it's crucial to try and assess as part of the evaluation. It doesn't always involve a specific like cognitive test like this. There are other types of malingering tests to assess whether a person may be exaggerating psychiatric symptoms, may try to look psychotic when he or she may not be. And there's other ways also of measuring malingering, like even within each test itself, some of the tests have validity scales and so forth. So, but that's one of the first things we look for, is whether a person is exaggerating symptoms.
So within each test, there's a malingering or validity score to verify that the person is making their best efforts then? Is that basically?
Not in each test, but some of the tests. For example, the test that Dr. Meadows gave, I think he only gave one test, the MMPI, that has some validity scales to determine whether the test results are even valid. When I do a neuropsych, what I look for is consistency. Usually if a person is malingering, unless he or she is very sophisticated and knowledgeable about the types of tests that we're administering, you see deficits across the board. In other words, the person is really not capable of saying, okay, this test is, and I'll get to this in a little while, this test is for memory, and I'm really bad at memory. I really need to show them that I'm terrible at memory. And then another test might be for processing and say, okay, in other words, what I'm saying is it takes a lot of sophistication to figure out the specific purpose of the test. Usually when a person is malingering, they malinger across the board. They show deficits in almost every test given. And some of the tests have formal scores to assess malingering, but some of them, basically, we can compare it to, let's say, school records and things like that to get a measure of the consistency of the person's functioning level.
So you were talking after the test of memory or the TOM, what was the next one?
On October 5th, I gave the short category test, which specifically is for executive functioning. The next test, and I'll describe what some of these functions are, but the next test, which was given by Mr. Hughes on September 27th, is the Digit Vigilance Test, which requires rapid visual tracking and alertness for simple tasks. Another test, which was given by Mr. Hughes on September 27th, is a trail making test, which is a processing speed as well as executive functions. The next test was given by Mr. Coleman on September 20th, California Verbal Learning Test. And as it sounds, that's a measure of learning and memory. The verbal fluency test was given by Mr. Coleman also on September 20th, and that measures multiple aspects of fluency, verbal productivity, and cognitive flexibility, which again is an executive function. I gave him the full Webster Memory Scale, fourth edition, which is basically a measure. It's pretty much what we call the gold standard of testing in terms of a person's memory. It measures all types of memory. And then I gave him the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, also the 4th edition, and that's a measure of a person's IQ and specific areas of cognitive functioning. So that's the battery of tests that I gave. And as I said, he was, Mr. Wilson was cooperative, although at times fidgety. And on one occasion, he said that he had a headache, but he stuck with it all the time within the time frame that we, that we had for the testing. So I felt like the testing was a.
Dr. Allen, can you hold 1 second?
Can we take about a 10-minute break here? I hate to break it in the middle of witness, but it's been about an hour and 15 minutes since we broke last. So we can take about a 10-minute break, Dr. Kropp, sorry, and we'll come back to you.
That's absolutely fine with me, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, sure, next order.
Make sure early voting is started. Make sure you go out and cast your ballot today. Don't wait till election day. You never know what could come up. Let's put the votes in the bank, and please welcome the next shift.
y'all ready? Okay, hang tight. They're ready. They're all out of that. Okay. All rise, the jurors into the courtroom, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Speakers, you may resume. And Dr. Croft, just checking, make sure you can still hear us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So Dr. Crawford, we can walk through those tests. I mean, we've already discussed with Tom, but for short category tests, you mentioned it was for executive functioning. What is executive functioning?
The executive functions are the higher level functions which are associated and controlled by the frontal lobe of the brain, which, as the name indicates, is in the front of the head. The frontal lobe is the latest or the last area of the brain to develop. I give some examples. It doesn't really fully develop until the person may be 22 or 23 years old, which is why when we look at teenage behavior or even younger kids who don't really have much of a frontal lobe yet, if they are acting silly and you think it's cute at first, and then say, okay, that's enough, and yet the child will keep doing the same thing over and over again. That's because his frontal lobe is not yet fully developed. We see teenagers engage in risk-taking behavior. They drive too fast. They do things without really thinking in terms of their judgment. That's because, again, the adolescent brain is not yet fully developed. So the frontal lobe is the part of the brain. It's one of the more important parts of the brain because it controls things like emotional control, impulse control, being able to focus, being motivated to initiate various tasks. Planning and judgment are functions, executive functions, being able to be flexible, starting one thing and then switching to something else. Individuals with problems with their frontal lobe, they have difficulty doing that. Time management, and these are all the basic aspects of the frontal lobe. And that's why frontal lobe is such an important aspect of a person's brain, because it controls these higher level functioning.
Now, the next test that you mentioned was the vigilance test. What is the purpose of that test, or what does it measure?
The next test is the digivigilance test. Is that what you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. That requires a person being alert, a person being able to attend to what we call rapid visual tracking. He's asked to look through a bunch of numbers from 1 to 9, including 0. And he's asked to go through them as fast as he can and cross out or put a check or a slash across a particular number, for example, the number 6. So the person is both timed in terms of how quickly he can complete the entire task, and he's also the number of errors that he makes is also part of the assessment. The next one that I mentioned is the California Verbal Learning Test, and that is a measure of verbal learning from cues, and also straight memory. A person is asked, is read a list of 16 items, and then after you read the list of items to that person, he or she is asked to repeat them, as many as he or she can. Then you read the list 5 different times, and each time the person is asked to repeat as many words as you can. Obviously, the more you read the items, the more items an individual would be expected to remember. But there's other aspects of the test as well that take into consideration recognition, planning, and things like that. The next test is part of the Dallas-Kaplan executive function system. So it's part of a whole battery of executive functions tests. It's called a verbal fluency. I think I may have mentioned before, it's a measure of, you tell a person, for example, I want you to tell me as many words as you can that begin with the letter F, or as many words as you can that begin with the letter T. That's part of the test. And then the next part of the test is sort of what we call categories. And I want you to tell me as many names as you can. I want you to tell me as many pieces of furniture that you can, things like that. And then at the end, he is given a little more complex test, which involves give him the name of a piece of furniture, give him and name a piece of fruit. You keep going back and forth. And again, it's that aspect, that switching aspect, that is considered an executive function.
Now,
I also,
for a second there, looking back on the results, just for the 4 or 5 week discussed, what were your results in terms of the testing on the short category test?
on the short category test, he came out in terms of errors, he was at the highest 99 percentile of errors, meaning that out of 100 people, 99 would do better than he would. He obtained a raw score of 57 and a T-score of 72, which is in the moderate to severe impairment range. Let me, if I can break down just for the jury, each of these tests can be scored, and they're scored in different ways, but for each one, I would be able to classify the individual's performance as either above average, average, below average, mild impairment, meaning mild organic impairment, mild to moderate organic impairment, moderate impairment, or severe impairment. So basically, I can classify based on statistics and so forth an individual on each test in one of those categories.
Right, and then the results of the TOM are the memory test?
The results of the test of memory malingering, without getting into detail, he did very well on that test. He scored in a range which would be totally inconsistent with a person who's malingering. And it was pretty obvious from the effort that he seemed to be putting in, and he seemed to be able to pay attention. That was the second time I saw him, and he seemed to be in a better, even though he had already been convicted, he seemed to be able to focus a little better. And I don't know whether it was the closure, the fact that the trial had, been finished and so forth. But in any event, he did very well on a test which showed that he was not malingering. And when I looked at some of the other aspects of malingering on some of the other tests, there was no evidence to suggest that he was malingering on any of the tests.
And then the digivigilance, what were the results of that test?
He functioned in the average in terms of, there's two measures. One is time, how fast he can complete the test. He was in the average range. And in the number of errors, he was above average, meaning that he didn't make that many errors. So he did not show any kind of impairment on that particular measure.
And then the last one that when I interrupted you that you were talking about was the California verbal. What were those results on that?
The California verbal learning test, he came out, and as I said, it's a measure of verbal learning and memory. He came out moderate impairment, 1 point less, and he would have been in the severe impairment. So it was pretty significantly impaired.
And the results on the Dallas-Kaplan.
On the Dallas-Kaplan, the verbal fluency, he came out in the moderate impairment range.
And then after that test, You had mentioned it, but we can discuss this one, the trail making processing speed.
Oh, yes, the trail making test, he came out below average, but it was not in the impaired range. So he did relatively well on that.
What's the purpose of that test?
It's again, processing speed. A person is given a piece of paper with numbers on it, and he's asked to connect. The numbers are scattered in sort of random fashion, and the person is asked to, as quickly as he can, connect the numbers in the right sequence. Then he is given another opportunity where there are numbers and letters, and he's asked to connect, again, as quickly as you can, a number and a letter, a number and a letter. So the latter task is a little more complex, and that is considered a relatively simple but also executive function test. And he did in the average range on that.
The Dallas Kaplan, the results of that?
Yeah, we already talked about that. That's the verbal fluency, and that was moderate impairment. And the next test that I gave him was the next test we haven't discussed was the Wechsler Memory Scale, 4th edition, which is the, as I said, global test of all types of different memory. And by types, I mean auditory memory, meaning you say something to the person verbally in terms of how well he remembers. There's visual memory, which is, let's say you show him some designs and he's asked to later repeat those designs. And so it measures 6 different areas, 5 or 6 different areas of memory. And he did very poorly on all areas. And the highest area was, I mean, the best he did was in the 6th percentile, and that was visual working. But he did significantly better on memory of things that he can see rather than he's given verbally. But still, even with the visual working memory, it was in the 6th percentile. So that was the highest percentile of any of the areas of the 5 areas of memory. So he did very poorly on that test.
And what were the other areas in the Wechsler Memory Scale?
There's an auditory memory index, which I already said is when you verbally tell him something. Let's say in this specific case, you read him a story, a very brief story, 2 paragraphs, and then immediately after ask him to tell you as many things about that story as you can. And then maybe 20 minutes later, you'll ask him, without repeating that, you'll ask him, do you remember that story? So-and-so, can you tell me as much as you can on that? So it's both short-term auditory memory and then long-term or delayed memory is what it's referred to. And he was in either the 1st percentile or less than the 1st percentile on all of the areas of functioning, with the exception of, he was in the 6th percentile on the visual working memory, which was better, relatively speaking, but still very poor. And then the last test that I did was the intelligence test.
Yes.
And he came out with a full scale IQ of 75, which places him in the borderline range of intelligence. He was in the borderline range on verbal comprehension. He was in the borderline range of working memory, which is consistent. It's a specific measure, but it's consistent with the Wechsler Memory Scale. He was in the borderline range on that, but he did much better. He was in the low average range on perceptual reasoning and processing speed, which are the areas that he would require in the field of mechanics, that that was his primary vocational area. And I think he learned that from his father, and that shows up on the testing. He does, again, better on the nonverbal than he does on the verbal, but overall he had an IQ of 75, which was in the borderline range.
Now, is there any significance to the verbal nonverbal scale regarding his IQ? Or
Well,
let me-
the verbal and the nonverbal are different parts of the brain. He's right-handed, so the verbal area of intelligence, memory, conceptualization, those are all left brain, and working with your hands, being able to see something and visualize something and then be able to maneuver it with your motor skills. That's the right side of the brain. And so he does much better. His right side is much better than the left side of his brain. And that's why he was able to, again, I don't know how successful a mechanic he was, but I know that that's the kind of work he did. And that makes perfect sense given all of the testing that I gave.
Could the past ADHD diagnosis relate to brain damage?
You know, we're not totally sure what causes, I mean, there's been all kinds of theories about what causes ADHD. But the interesting thing is, if you look at ADHD, and there's some recent studies to suggest that it really, those are executive functions that the person often does poorly with ADHD. He has trouble focusing. He has trouble changing his set. He has trouble in terms of flexibility, impulse control. Those are all executive functions. So, I mean, some of the more, I think, recent studies are showing that this is a developmental disorder that may be associated with a part of the brain that has not yet fully developed, because we know individuals with ADHD don't always turn out to be adults with ADHD. So again, it sort of correlates with that frontal part of the brain that develops when a person is 21, 22. And that's usually the age, if a person has ADHD, that they start, I'll use the word, growing out of it and not having as many attentional issues as they did when they were younger. It also, because, I mean, we know medication helps in many cases of ADHD. So again, it sort of suggests that there's this chemical kind of imbalance or some kind of organic explanation as to why the individual has difficulties.
Now, based on all the above tests that we've discussed today, what is your opinion on Mark Wilson's brain impairment?
I would say that looking at all of the tests combined, I would say that Mr. Wilson has organic impairment, primarily in the temporal lobe of the brain, which is responsible for memory, and the frontal part of the brain. There could be other areas of the brain also affected, but and the interesting thing is that I mentioned that I reviewed Dr. Snyder's test results or interpretation of the MRI and the PET scan, and he talked about parietal and also the limbic system, and some of those are related to memory and the kind of things that came out in my neuropsychological testing.
Now, are there other reports that beyond, and if it's Dr. Snyder, but there are other reports that support your opinion?
I'm sorry, I thought.
There's an objection. Hang on a second, doctor. Do you need to come sidebar?
No, I'm trying to object based on bolstering. He's giving his opinion.
Yeah. Ms. Peoples?
May I ask you, inquire on clinical correlation?
We'll rephrase it that way. Rather than just say what other people say.
Dr. Kropp, what is clinical correlation and why is it important?
Clinical correlation is a term that's commonly used by neurologists who use various neuroimaging tests to look at the brain, either structurally or chemically. PET scan looks at metabolism. And so when a neurologist or a radiologist indicates that based on his or her review of these imaging tests, there appears to be some impairment of the brain or some structural impairment or some shearing or something that suggests that there's some problems in terms of the structure of the brain, and they asked for clinical correlation, which means that is there evidence from observations, from school records, from neuropsychological testing that would correlate with the kind of damage that is seen on these neuroimaging results.
And does your testing, is your testing providing clinical correlation to Dr. Snyder's imaging?
Yes, very much so. Not totally, but certainly the memory issues are related. The executive functions are related. And those are, I think, the two main areas of impairment that we see from the testing. His results also, I'm sorry, Dr. Snyder's results also suggest emotional control issues. I didn't, my testing doesn't necessarily pick that up. The test that I use would not sort of indicate the emotional, that might be some other psychological testing which might support or not support that.
Now, with that in mind then, did you do any personality testing?
No, the only testing, I didn't do any myself. I did see, as I said, Dr. Meadows sent me the results of the MMPI, which were invalid.
And what was your role, or was your role in this case to provide a clinical diagnosis?
No.
And then what is your opinion as a neuropsychologist based on your evaluation of Mr. Wilson?
I'd say based on the evaluation, the neuropsychological evaluation, it's my opinion that Mr. Wilson suffers from neurocognitive impairment.
And are you able, from your evaluation, to identify the specific cause of brain damage or impairment?
I can't say specifically. I just know from the records that I reviewed that there are many potential contributors, and any one of them could result in the kind of impairment that I found on testing, or it could be a combination. For example, I believe Dr. Snyder's results suggested a possibility of a traumatic brain injury. We know that chronic substance abuse, the type that he has used from a very young age, could lead to cognitive impairment or organic impairment. The traumatic environment that he experienced, that I reviewed the records, could lead to an alteration in brain behavior. It could be genetic. We know that there were family substance abuse. So it could even be in utero in terms of the possibility. And again, it could be all or one of those. I can't, from my testing, give you a specific explanation as to what causes the impairment that came out on the testing, however.
All right, so by your testing, you're able to provide your opinion regarding impairment is what's being revealed, and the impairment that you've identified correlates to the imaging that Dr. Snyder had. He shared his slides with you.
Yes.
All right, and so in the end, then what you're identifying is that the cause or the etiology of it, it could be one or all of a traumatic brain injury, utero, chronic substance abuse, trauma, meaning the child abuse and neglect that you've seen in the records, or genetic. So it could be one of those or those.
Yes, that's correct.
To say that separating that out in terms of which one it is isn't necessarily possible in all cases?
No, not based on my testing, no.
All right. Then are all your opinions given today with a reasonable degree of neuropsychological certainty?
They are, yes.
One moment. Sure. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Kropp. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
Better than Miss Peoples.
Okay. So we've talked a lot about neuropsychology. you don't actually consider yourself a neuropsychologist though, correct?
Well, I think we spoke before that a person can identify themselves as a neuropsychologist if he or she has the training and experience to conduct neuropsychological evaluations. There are individuals who all they do, like individuals who work on staff at Brooks Hospital or Brooks Rehabilitation, who work with brain injured persons, both in terms of treatment and evaluation, and that's all they do. So they're neuropsychologists on staff, but I consider myself a clinical psychologist specializing in forensic psychology. And one of the areas within forensic psychology is doing neuropsychological evaluations in these type of cases.
Right, and I didn't challenge your ability to do that, but you have previously said, I don't do it full time. I don't consider myself a neuropsychologist, correct?
I did say I didn't do it full time. I don't know if I said I don't consider myself a neuropsychologist. If somebody asks me what I do, I say I'm a forensic psychologist.
Okay. There's not another degree required, correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay, but there is an area in neuropsych in board certification that one could apply for, and you do not hold that, correct?
That's correct. I've never attempted to get that.
Right, you don't personally feel like there's any difference in an expert whether they're board certified or not, correct?
That's what the research shows in terms of, I use the word competency, but in terms of the degree of expertise and knowledge, the literature, I think the person who wrote the whole book on that, his name is Jay Zisken, Z-I-S-K-E-N, who indicated that there was no differences in terms of the degree of competency or expertise between board certified and not.
Right, so you said in your deposition, I don't feel like there's any difference, so I've never tried to become board certified, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you testified earlier in this area of neuropsych specifically, you've done it a lot, and I'm not challenging that, doctor. I think you said 40 to 50 times in criminal cases, it's the narrow area of neuropsych, is that right?
In terms of testifying, I believe I said
Testifying, yes,
Yes.
yeah. But then obviously you gave a figure of thousands. It was like 1,700 criminal cases in which you've testified in. I think in deposition you said 2,000, but you've testified a lot of time in criminal cases, correct?
Yes, I have about 1,700 whatever testifying in general. In terms of death penalty cases, I believe I said that I've done about close to 2,000 evaluations, but have testified in about 100 sentencing cases such as this.
Okay, and in all those other cases, other than the 40 or 50 times you've testified in neuropsych, you're testifying in the general area of clinical psychology, diagnosing individuals, clinical evaluations, and reporting back, correct? Because that's your other broader area.
That's correct.
Okay, and what, just so the jurors understand, in that role, what would you be asked to do? Did I summarize that correctly? Evaluate someone, maybe diagnose them?
That's a fair question. In a lot of cases, I'm asked sometimes several years before the case goes to trial, if it does go to trial, to conduct a psychological evaluation. It's usually 3 general questions that I'm asked to do, whether, especially in death penalty cases or cases that might be death penalty. I'm asked to evaluate the person's competency. I'm asked to address whether the person may have been insane at the time of the offense. And I'm also asked to explore possible mitigating factors, to explain to a jury some of the various perhaps psychological issues or other cognitive issues that may have contributed to the person engaging in the violent crime that he or she did.
Right, and so a lot of what you normally do is actually crime specific and related to that psychology of that particular client, correct?
That's fairly close, yes.
Okay. You weren't asked to do that in this case, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you did not diagnose him. You can't tell this jury he has PTSD or ADHD, which has been referred in older records, correct?
I've seen those diagnoses, but because I did not do a face-to-face clinical evaluation, it would be unethical for me to provide any diagnosis other than describing the impairment of the brain.
Right. And so when we move on to Mr. Wilson, you were asked specifically for this narrow area of neuropsychological testing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked not to discuss the crime with him, correct?
Ms. Peoples didn't ask me not to discuss. I chose, because if I discussed the crime with him, then as far as I'm concerned, I would feel a need to do more of a clinical evaluation. That's where the crime itself comes into play. We're discussing, in other words, what's his mental state at the time, what were the circumstances and so forth. And number one, I was not asked to do that, although I was not told not to ask them about the crime. But number two, I really, from a logistical standpoint, I really didn't have the amount of time that I would have needed to do that kind of evaluation.
And that's because you were just contacted a few weeks ago? A month ago?
About a month ago, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe a
But
little longer.
It's in that type of evaluation where a psychologist like yourself, and that you often do, is you get into the mental state of that individual, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also said that you believe that that was the job of another psychologist in this case, is that right?
I was told that Dr. Quinones, a psychologist who I think specializes in trauma, was doing a psychological evaluation.
Okay, so
I don't know the type of evaluation, but I was told he was doing a psychological evaluation and that one of his expert areas was in trauma.
Okay. So that sort of stuff you would expect to see through that doctor, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when we go through your list of testing, you talked about how it looks like you or your partner gave a majority of the tests on September 27th, is that right?
I don't know if the majority, I mean, the ones that were given on the 20th and the 27th, the ones that were given on the 27th were partial, part of the tests that required a face-to-face kind of evaluation where a person is given something and he's asked to write something or manipulate blocks or stuff like that. So those kind of tests, which could not be done remotely, my assistant, Mr. Hughes, did on the 27th. And a lot of them were shorter tests, like the digit vigilance test. That only takes about 10 minutes, whereas the tests that I gave were maybe the Tom, for example, was an hour. The Wisconsin card sorting test would have been about 40 minutes. So there may have been a larger number of tests involved on the 27th, but I think, again, it wasn't necessarily a longer time period.
Okay, let me ask it this way. It looks like you broke out the testing and you already explained why you did that for 3 days. And then on the 4th time, the very last time, you gave the test of memory malingering, the top, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you testified that some other tests have validity scales within them to determine malingering, is that right?
Yes.
But not all of them, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Does the WACE IQ test have its own validity scale within it?
No, they don't have validity scales, and I may have misspoke. Certain tests have specific indicators, validity scales, like the MMPI, the personality assessment. Some of the tests, for example, like I think you mentioned the WACE. Did you say the WACE or the Wexner memory? But either one of them, they have internal kinds of ways to look at whether the person might be malingering. In other words, are the test scores consistent? Does the individual let's see, for example, on the on the California verbal learning test, for example, the person is asked to remember 16 items. If he goes along and by the 5th test, he's not getting any better than he did on the first, then that becomes suspect. If there are certain, at the end, he's asked things like, okay, I'm going to give you 2 items and I want you to tell me whether this one was one of the items or the other one. So it's a yes, no kind of thing. So he has a 50-50 chance. And if that person does poorly on that, then there's, again, concerns about the possibility of malingering. So there's ways within the test to get a sense of whether the person is malingering.
In every test that you gave?
Probably not every test. For example, the digit vigilance test, if the person does a lot poorer the second time, that would be suspect. In the verbal fluency, usually the person is fairly consistent. In other words, he usually can name as many items that begin with the letter, whatever letter is, versus asked again another letter, because it's the same function. And if the person does really, really well with the letter F and does horrible with the letter A or S, again, it's something that you at least take a look at and become suspicious.
Okay. The TOM is, I think you called it the gold standard, or and I may be using the wrong term, of memory malingering, correct?
Yes.
But you gave that separately almost a month later than you gave other tests isolated on its own day by itself.
Correct.
So it would have been testing his ability to perform or his level of exertion on that day.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Not on the 20th or the 27th of September or the 5th of October. And I understand what you said, but the TOM doesn't relate back to all the testing, is my point. That's correct, right?
Yeah, so I mean, a person can try his best on one test on one day, and then on another day may not. As I said, my assistants and myself on the 2 occasions that I administered the testing, it appeared that he was, that he was focusing the best that he could. And I felt that just from my observations, he was putting optimal effort. Does that mean he couldn't do better on another day? I don't know. I mean, obviously there could be a psychological explanation for some testing sometime of why he does better on one day than another. And I'm not specifically talking about Mr. Wilson, but that's true with everybody.
Right. I think you answered me, doctor. The weight IQ test, no, that's fine. You said that he has a full scale IQ of 70, is right? 75, excuse me, correct?
75, yes.
Okay, but he has very high adaptive functioning that you observed, correct? Both in the records and in your interactions with him.
I wouldn't say very high, but his adaptive functioning would suggest, or his overall functioning level would suggest that he might have a higher IQ than what he came at on that testing.
Well, a matter of fact, in your depo, you said that his adaptive functioning is so high that I didn't feel like I needed to do more IQ tests. Do you recall that?
If I was sent that, I don't remember saying so high. I would have said something like was high enough to that I didn't feel a need to assess for intellectual disability.
Right, you had no concern that he was intellectually disabled, former word mentally retarded. For those who don't know, that's intellectually disabled is the new word that we use for mental retardation, correct? In the legal system?
And again, pretty much what you're saying, for a person to be labeled intellectually disabled, they would have to score below a 70 on an IQ test such as the one I gave, and then also separate adaptive functioning like his working functioning and his socialization and stuff like that. So I certainly didn't see him as being so deficient in the adaptive functioning area just from what I know. that I would need to, that I would ever label him as intellectually disabled.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the jurors didn't think that's what you were saying with that low of an IQ. And one of the reasons why you wouldn't do that is that he's held multiple jobs down, correct? Unless affected by drug use.
I know.
Mechanic,
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
he's worked on farms, things like that, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Are you aware that he passed his GED without studying? Did you talk to him about that?
I know he passed his GED. I didn't know he didn't study.
Did you know that in the areas of science and language arts, reading, that he did better than 66% of the people that took the GED?
I didn't see the scores of the GED. I wasn't provided that. I just knew that he passed his GED, and I believe he passed it soon after it was time for him to graduate. So he did it pretty quickly as far as I know.
Okay, so no real issues with IQ, is that right?
Right.
He did relatively well on some of these tests. You talked about the trail making test, correct? And the digit test specifically?
Yes.
And what does he do when he takes the digit test? But what is the digit test testing? That makes sense.
I don't know if I could show it, but anyway, it's a page of numbers about
I'm not interested in the test, Dr. Croft, as far as like how you give it and what he does, just what is it testing?
it's measuring rapid visual tracking. That is, he has to look across the page, see the numbers, and attention for simple tasks. So that's what he did well, and he did in the average range on that.
Okay, and overall, you said that he does better, much better on nonverbal testing versus verbal testing, is that right?
Yeah, except on the overall Wechsler memory scale, he did poorly. He did better, relatively speaking, on visual than verbal, but it was still pretty low.
And what is overall, what does nonverbal mean versus verbal? What is he doing better on? Where does that come from?
Well, let's give an example. He is told to, he's shown a design on a card, and he's asked to draw that design, and then perhaps 20 minutes later, after other tasks are in between that, he said, do you remember the design that I showed you? Well, I want you to reproduce that and draw it again. In other words, he's not shown the design this time, he's just asked to reproduce it. So he would do better on a task like that than when he's given a whole bunch of words or a story to repeat.
And I understand that. I'm trying to relate it to real life functioning. So what does it mean that Mr. Wilson does better with nonverbal testing than verbal in a real life transition? What does that mean for him?
Well, he would do better, for example, in mechanical work than a desk job where, let's say, an administrative kind of job, or even maybe a salesman or a sales clerk or something like that, or a cashier. He would do much better in the areas that he worked in. I mean, he chose the right areas for his particular skills.
Okay. And back to IQ testing and just someone's IQ. You've previously testified that IQ is not a measure of whether someone has brain damage or not. It's a completely different thing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then back to one of your overall testing results is, and your opinions, is that he basically has poor memory. Is that right?
Yes.
But you can't tell us why his memory is bad, and you listed all the different reasons that could contribute to bad memory just before I got up here, right?
Correct.
And drug use is one of those reasons?
Yes.
Okay, and if somebody has a bad memory, it doesn't make them violent, correct?
Absolutely, that's correct.
Okay, it doesn't contribute to antisocial behaviors, correct?
Not necessarily, that's correct.
Right, or make them commit homicide, correct?
Absolutely.
People sort of ended her questioning of you, having you explain clinical correlation, and you explained how your testing was one way to clinically correlate back to Dr. Snyder's testimony about the scans. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you listed some things when you defined clinical correlation, and you said testing, observations, reviewing records, all of that are things you do in a clinical setting to attempt to correlate back to, in this case, things like brain scans. Is that right?
Those are all different things that, yeah, if you're trying to correlate the person's everyday kind of behavior, including psychological testing, with the findings, the imaging findings or the neurological findings and so forth. Yeah, those are things that you could look at.
Okay. And so you did that, and you're here to say that you did that just in the form of the neuropsych testing, and it was not your role to have a clinical structured interview with him where you talk to him and do anything else outside of testing, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talked about some of the things your testing could, or a clinical evaluation could confirm or not, is memory, cognitive issues, and you also mentioned emotional and control issues, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the latter?
Emotional and control issues is something that could be correlated in a clinical setting?
Yes.
But your test didn't look for that, correct?
Some of the deficits, again, were the executive function, frontal lobe, and so forth. And those could be emotional control, but I can't say any specific test showed, or I could give a score for emotional control or emotional regulation. That's just one of the executive functions
right,
that are controlled by the frontal lobe.
And you can't, sorry,
that's,
go ahead.
That's okay, I was finished.
And you certainly can't relate it to this defendant and this crime because you didn't ask about any of that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And lastly, you testified about how you received Dr. Meadows' data from the MMPI too, is that right?
Correct.
And you used the word it was invalid?
Yes.
What you meant by that, it was invalid due to his lack of participation, his malingering, and those validity scales within that test, correct?
I can't say.
No objection. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Dr. Cronk. Go ahead and answer.
I wouldn't say that we could say it was a lack of participation. I don't know that it was a lack of participation. In speaking to Ms. People, she said, I mean, it took about.
I'm going to object to him testifying as anything counsel said.
Yeah. Well,
I can rephrase my.
Yes, please rephrase the question. I understand what you were asking.
Specifically to the data. You received the raw data from Dr. Meadows.
Correct.
And that raw data told you that the MMPI-2 was invalid.
Correct.
Because of the validity scales that measure whether someone is malingering or not while taking the test.
The validity scales showed that the person endorsed numerous psychiatric symptoms to the point where it could not be considered valid because of the number of psychiatric symptoms that the individual endorsed. So you could view it as an exaggeration, a likely exaggeration of psychological problems, and therefore it couldn't be scored in a valid manner. It doesn't necessarily say he's malingering, but it would reflect an exaggeration of psychiatric symptoms.
Right, he was exaggerating so much because we know he doesn't have psychiatric problems, right? There's been no doctor, no expert reviewed.
I know he's taking an antidepressant medication, so currently he's probably pretty depressed, and I think Dr. Warner even diagnosed him with an adjustment disorder, but that's not a major psychiatric problem.
Right.
But you also can't tell from, unless you go back, and I don't think Dr. Meadows had the time to do this, go back and ask him each individual item in terms of what you mean by this, what do you mean by you think people are out to get you? I mean, if you look something and here's a person who's already been convicted and facing the death penalty, and the question is, I think people are out to get me, Well, that's considered a psychiatric symptom. It may be paranoid, but in his position, it may not be. So my point is, unless you really look at each individual item, you don't know that he's exaggerating. He could have been confused, but whatever reason, it was invalid, and Dr. Meadows could not obtain a reasonable clinical profile to be able to say, you know, he's diagnosed with this or that.
Right, and that's all I'm asking you. If you would have given him that test and that was your raw data, you would have said and come and told this jury the same thing. I can't tell you anything because this test is invalid due to his performance.
That's
not why.
That's accurate.
Okay, all right. And your understanding of how this process works, you worked for state attorneys, I believe, at least some of the times in these scenarios, correct?
Yes.
And by these scenarios, I mean the death penalty, is that right?
Yes.
And you understand that the state cannot send a doctor in to test him until after conviction, correct?
Yeah, it used to be that wasn't the case, but certainly over the last 10 years or so, that is the case. And it really does. I mean, in all fairness, Dr. Warner and Dr. Meadows are two people that I know and respect, and they're in a difficult position because they have their time limited as well. And they're also dealing with a person who's just been convicted and facing the death penalty. So in terms of getting an accurate picture of the person, it's difficult in their role.
So that's what they're limited to, one time, one evaluation, post-conviction, correct?
Yes.
And you could potentially, as a defense expert, see him as many times as one requested, if you wanted to, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Peters, you're right.
Yes, sir. Dr. Kraut, why did you not do the MMPI too?
I didn't do it because it's not necessarily part of a neuropsychological evaluation. It's more to look at a person clinical profile, whether that person would meet diagnostic criteria for a certain diagnosis like paranoia, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, and I was not asked to do that.
Paranoia, schizophrenia are items that have not been identified with Mark Wilson, correct?
Correct, and I just threw those out as some of the scales that are on the MMPI, but I don't think anybody has suggested that he's schizophrenic or anything like that.
Just another reason why not to do the MMPI too with Mr. Wilson, correct?
Another reason, yes.
And the ADHD diagnosis that you've seen throughout the records for Mr. Wilson, whether it's Dr. Levin, back to his youth and childhood, would that be another indicator as a reason not to do the MMPI with Mr. Wilson?
If he's still presenting, and I observed his being fidgety and having difficulty sitting still and attending, so I certainly think the ADHD that he had diagnosed as a kid and took Adderall for, in my opinion, he still presents with some of those symptoms. And so that could interfere with him sitting down for an hour or so and just responding true or false to, and particularly in the setting that he was in, which is, already been convicted. So one could understand why the MMPI might not have been valid.
Meaning this particular test that the state was challenging on the MMPI was provided within days of receiving the guilty verdict in this particular case.
Yes.
Meaning,
correct.
so the individual, meaning Mr. Wilson, was under a great amount of stress at the time of that test.
I would anticipate he was. I think most people would be.
Meaning, would that be another reason why you wouldn't give an MMPI to Mr. Wilson?
Well, I don't think it hurts to give the MMPI, but I wouldn't really make a big issue of the fact that it was invalid and generalize from that. I think the only thing you could say is that it wasn't valid, and I wish I could. I'm saying if I gave it, it would be nice to be able to have data, additional data, but I certainly wouldn't go from there and say, okay, he's malingering, he's faking, and so forth, just from the results of that test.
Right, and then the several tests that you provided, it's not one, it's several, that your tests that you had gone through with Mr. Wilson over a series of days just to recap, are supporting the imaging from Dr. Snyder. The
That's correct.
impairments, right.
Yeah.
So let me ask this then. Your testing is identifying brain impairments in the parietal lobe and the limbic system.
It identifies impairment in the frontal lobe, which is executive functions. It identifies even more significant impairment in the temporal lobe, which is memory, verbal memory. And it certainly could identify dysfunctioning or impairment in other areas that are near, for example, the amygdala, which I believe was part of the problem, part of the impairment or structural impairment that was found by Dr. Snyder in the amygdala and the hippocampus. And those are all emotional kind of control issues. They are embedded in the temporal lobe itself. The temporal lobe, as I said, is the memory thing. So the fact that he did poorly on memory could also relate to some of these other issues that I couldn't specifically test for in terms of the neuropsychological evaluation, the emotional kind of issues.
And then lastly, Doctor, in terms of your neuropsych work, you've been published in several articles, peer-reviewed articles regarding neuropsychology.
Objection, asked and answered on direct.
Your Honor, this was challenging is standing as a neuropsychologist on cross-examination.
Right, that question was answered. Asked and answered.
Yes, exactly.
So you can argue it at the appropriate time.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. That's all for Dr. Cropman?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Crop. You're free to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you allowing me to do this remotely. It really helped. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury will go ahead. I think. Yeah, okay, schedule and talk real quick. We don't need a court reporter for this? All right, thank you. So members of the jury, we will go ahead and take our recess now. Give the same instruction. Probably be able to read it back to me by the end of the week. It is very important. It is very important. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on any of the merits of this case until you've heard all the evidence argued by the lawyers and the instructions in the law that I will be giving. Until that time, you must not discuss the case among yourselves. You also must not discuss the case with anyone else or permit anyone else to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone does attempt to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her that you're on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. He or she persists, leave them at once and immediately report the matter to one of the bailiffs or our jury coordinator, who will advise me. You also must not have any discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Don't even let your closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. And in this age of electronic communications, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about the case face to face, you must not talk about the case by using an electronic device. Don't use your phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate or do research on the case or on the law applicable to the case. Don't send or accept any messages related to the case or your jury service. Please don't discuss the case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, social media, or a blog. There might be news accounts of this trial on television, in print, or online. You're not to listen to, watch, or read any of those accounts. If you do become aware of any violation of these rules, please notify court personnel of that violation. So if you would place your notes inside your envelope and leave that on your seat, we will reassemble tomorrow. If you could go through security at about 8:20 tomorrow morning, so you're ready to come in here right at 8:30, and we'll pick up with testimony. I'll make a commitment that we will try to start right at 8:30 with you all tomorrow. But we do our best when you're not here to take care of other things. So thank you very much. We'll see you in the morning.
All right, sure, next quarter, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the jury is set out. So scheduling tomorrow, as I said, I'll ask the bailiffs to make sure that the courtroom is open at 8:15. I'd like to go on the record at 8:20 with the parties and the defendant to make sure there's nothing to take up before bringing in the jury. And then 8:30 for bringing the jury and kick off right away. Anything else for this evening?
No, not from the defense.
State?
No, you're.
We will start looking tomorrow briefly at instructions and verdict forms. I know there's still lots of testimony to go,
But the state has sent it, we sent a couple of, I think it was only one additional, but yeah, we've actually had a chance to go through.
And then all we just need is, I think.
And mitigators.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just need to know if we're getting any roads.
I don't think so. I want to say yes, but based on, I don't think.
Is there one or two that you could have lined up in the afternoon?
Not
Or is
really.
it timing issue?
They're all experts that
Experts, thank you.
their time is.
That's what I feared, so.
I mean, if we have to go Thursday, we've got it where we can go 1, 2, 3.
So that actually, yeah, that's a very good point. So if we don't get a chance to get to the state's experts tomorrow, we may have a little more time tomorrow afternoon to take a first good shot at those instructions.
Right, so if we do finish early, meaning 2, 3, then we could work on instruction.
Absolutely.
Do you think we'll finish 2 or 3? How
I
many-
don't,
Okay.
but it's me and I have just no time in. So I would hope we could done like 2 or 3, but we've got 2 doctors tomorrow. So
On top of the doctor, how many other witnesses?
at least 2.
Okay.
So, and the mother will be at least an hour. So,
All right, I think we're set then for the morning. Thank you. We'll see you in the morning. We'll be in recess then.
with young people. She was always doing things for the students of Raines and for all of Jacksonville. And so you all know the story. I don't even have to tell you the stories because there are so many. And I believe that every person that met her has a different personal story. And I have just so many because I worked with her on so many different projects. But our deepest condolences to you as you move forward without her. But she will never, ever be completely gone because she lives within your hearts. And we just appreciate you and we thank you for allowing her to do all of the things that she did. And you were always there with her anyway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Morgan. Councilmember Clark Murray.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. And first of all, my condolences in regards to, I know she's Dr. Norman, but she was Miss Norman when I attended Raines back in 1986. And she was not my guidance counselor. I had Mr. Mills, but I had plenty of talks with Miss Norman, Dr. Norman. And I also had an opportunity to work with her really twice. So the first encounter, and just like you said, Councilman Morgan, that everybody has a story, I have a story. So graduation, we're in the Coliseum, and they tell us before graduation, all the graduates, do not run out. When it's time to, when you're dismissed, do not run out. Now, this is our graduation night. Do you think we're listening to the faculty and staff at William M. Raines? Not at all. So, and you know, we're all wearing the same colors. So I decided to run out into the hallway area. So what they say is if you run out, then they're going to hold your diploma the next day when we go to pick it up. So, of course, I went to pick up my diploma. And she said, I run into Miss Norman. You ran out, Tyrone. I know you ran out. I'm like saying to myself, you saw all these people wearing the same color robes. How you noticed that it was me? She noticed me, and I was like, no, I didn't run. I was like, yes, she said, yes, you did. I said, no, I didn't run. She said, yes, you did. And then she looked at me, and there was this silence. And, of course, I got my diploma. But just the fact that out of all those people, 400-plus people, she happened to notice that I was one of the ones running out. The second opportunity to work with Dr. Norman was when I worked at JWJ, Bridge to Success. And she had an office in our school in JWJ. So I had an opportunity to sit with her, to talk with her, not just to see her as a student, but to see her as a colleague. And I appreciate her wisdom, I appreciate her work ethic, and just the fact that she truly cared. It wasn't a job, it was a mission. And so, once again, my condolences to you, and thank you for allowing, for sharing her with us, the students of Raines during my class and all the other classes that came before and followed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to the family. I didn't know Dr. Norman, but I clearly understand the importance of a guidance counselor in a high school, having 3 kids that went to college. So God bless you, and thank you, Councilmember Precinct Jackson, for bringing this forward. That's all right, as long as it didn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Vice President, that brings us to page 4, quasi-judicial ordinances. Council members should declare any ex parte communications they may have. We have item number 1, top of page 4, 2022-0672. Move the amendment.
I have a motion and a second on the amendment. Ms. Mary, can you please explain the amendment?
Thank you. Through the council, Vice President, to the council, this amendment provides that the rezoning would be approved subject to one condition, that an evergreen tree or shrub planting consisting of specific species that are outlined in your blue sheet be planted along Pleasant Oak Road North, subject to the review and approval of the Planning and Development Department.
All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Amendment passes.
Move the bill as amended.
I have a motion and a second on the on the bill as amended. I see no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record your vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you have approved 2022-672.
Item number 2, 2022-0674. Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I see no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2022-674.
Bottom of page 4, item number 3, 2022-0675. Move the bill.
I have a motion and second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2022-675.
Top of page 5, item number 4, 2022-0679. Move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2022-679.
Item number 5, 2022-0685. Move the bill.
I have a motion and second on the bill. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2022-685.
Moving on now to item number 6, 2022-686. I move the bill.
I have a motion and a second on the bill. I see no one in the queue. Please open the ballot, record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved 2022-686.
Moving on now to page 6, item number, actually all the items in the consent agenda. Madam Secretary, would you please read the bills?
2022, 697, 719, 720, 721, 722, 725, 728, 732, 733, 734, 735, 736, 737, 740, 741, 742, 743, 746, 782, and 783.
Move consent agenda.
I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. I have no one in the queue. Please open the ballot and record the vote.
Yeas, 0 nays.
By your vote, you've approved the consent agenda.
Moving on now to page 12, public comment. The public comment portion of the regular city council meeting shall occur immediately after the economic development, investment, investigative, incentive legislation, which there are none tonight. So moving ahead, comments from the public given during the public comment portion of the meeting, except public hearing comments, shall be limited to up to 3 minutes, and no person shall be allowed to give or transfer his or her time to speak to another person. The council shall reserve up to 1.5 hours of time for the public comment period. The deadline for filing and submitting a speaker's card for that public comment is 60 minutes from this point in time, which is now 5:35. While there are multiple speakers, time allocated shall be divided. We only have 20 speakers at this point, so we should be moving forward with a full 3 minutes. Each person addressing the council shall proceed to the place assigned for speaking, give his or her name, county of residence, and an audible tone of your voice for the records.
But before we get started, Rules Chair, are there people that you want to recognize? I do. I made a snafu, and I apologize.
Doing double duty a little bit here tonight. We do have a number of folks who were part of the consent agenda. We do want to take a moment to thank them for their willingness to serve. You've got Sonny Lloyd from the Construction Trades Qualifying Board Alex Moy from the Public Nuisance Abatement Board, Dustin Freeman, who's new, and actually Cameron Fraser for the Library Board of Trustees. Then we have 3 promotions within the organization. We've got Steve Long to Director of Public Works, Dustin Freeman to Chief of Procurement, and Will Williams to Public Works Operations Director. We do have 1 volunteer reappointment, Celia Nass to the Library Board of Trustees. So if any of those folks are in the room, again, thank you for taking the time to support this community in your volunteer service, as well as your professionalism for those being who've been promoted within the organization. Always looking for good people to support this community in any way they can. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, Mr. Vice President, now we jump right into public comment. And as Councilman Boylan, who is a very good stand-in floor leader, appreciate it, sir, said, I will read the first 3 names. Because we've got only 20 cards, we've got time for 3 minutes apiece. So the first 3 are, and when I read your names, please come on down to the front here. It'll save time. Robin Lum, Francina Early, and Jerry Meyer Jackson Jr. Former councilman.
My first time back in 7 years. 11 years ago.
Sir, I hate to interrupt you, but name and address for the record, which I know you know the rule.
I'm sorry. I forgot all about that part. Robin Lum, 2164 Gilmore Street, Jacksonville, Florida, Duval County. And my name and address is on file everywhere. 11 years ago, I was sitting where y'all are sitting today. Actually, I was sitting right over there where our newest council member is sitting, Ms. Clark Murray. And we had just passed the maps, the redistricting maps that you all inherited. And I have followed, I only left the Curry administration a few months ago, and so I wasn't, obviously my ability to participate in a lot of public discussion was significantly limited. But I had been following the debate and the lawsuit for a period of time, and I got to tell you, it confounded me. So I want to make sure you guys understand some things. The maps that you inherited from us were not gerrymandered on the basis of race. They were gerrymandered on the basis of race and party affiliation. I know that.